All right. Hello, everybody. We're about to start. I'm going to just take a couple minutes, make sure that everything's running smoothly before we get going. So, if you will indulge me for a couple minutes here. Okay, it looks like that's running properly. Okay, it looks like that's running properly. Just want to make sure that we're all good, ready to go. Okay, fantastic. Okay, everybody, it is the end of January. We've done this for a month now, and I felt like I've made some decent progress. Lots of things to do on my end, but I will explain those as they come into being. Let's get back into Tyranny now, why don't we? So last time we ended up finishing up the issues in the valley that we were in. What was it called? Can't quite remember. Anyway, we ended up finishing up that conflict. We're now at war with the Scarlet Chorus, working with the Disfavored. And we now activate it. It seems like we've now activated these giant towers, the spires, and they've kind of become our home base. We ended up meeting our boss, Tunon the Adjudicator, and his right-hand man, I think it was, what was it, Blood and Mark, I believe? Anyway, we have now come to Iron Hearth, and this is where we will be meeting this is the main encampment of the Disavowed. So while we're here, we're going to probably have more exposition, but we're going to figure out things that we're going to be doing at that point. So we got some meat. Let's go ahead and give that to. Welcome to Ironheart. Right. All right. Echolas. Greetings, Fate Binder. Echolas, 32nd Legion. Soldier salutes. Glad to see Tunon's agent Grace Ironhearth. Ash's troop has no lack of order. Your servant in the court is always welcome. We are missing comrades that Scarlet Force Lieutenant pinned down. I'm afraid we've all have our hands full. Suppose I can spare a moment for conversation. You need something from me? Tell me about the Scarlet Chorus Lieutenant. Seems the troops have this little maggot of a Scarlet Chorus Lieutenant cornered over at Cato Village. What I'm hearing, it's the same guy who's been ransacking our caravans the past few weeks. If I wasn't already handling something for Ash, I'd go and skin the filth myself. You being here simplifies matters. Make sure this lieutenant doesn't leave the village with his life. I will handle it. Good for you to pitch in. No one will mourn the loss of one more chorus rat. He marks the location on your map. I have questions before I go? Not a problem. What do you need? How did you join the Disfavored? At the conquest, Graven Ash sent recruiters to all the outlying towns looking for worthy talent. The village held a tourney and melee to demonstrate our local muscle. Nothing fancy, mind you. It was mostly fighting on hay bales with wooden spears. I had the distinction of toppling even the biggest contender. Familiar tale, one after my own heart. Eric nods with respect. It's a good thing I succeeded. It's more useful to Kairos in the field than in a field of wheat. And we don't need up. Didn't mean to click that one again. And let's return again. Let's see. Alfonso. His favorite soldier chuckles with the sting of the Scarlet Chorus fighter. Consider it. Not for a second. We pick our soldiers from elite northern families. We don't recruit from flies buzzing over a mass grave. Are their disfavorites so narrow-minded? My gang's strength delivered us across a half-dozen battles with a line of fallen enemies in our wake. Now my conscripts can say the same. The question's not a matter of your skill, but of your breeding, your training, your pedigree. Noticing the Iron Guard salutes. Hail, Graven Ash. Fate Binder, it might take a moment of your time. What do you need? This person here comes representing a Scarlet Chorus gang. What did you call yourselves again? The Grinning Bleeders. You have a long and storied reputation in the Scarlet Chorus ranks. Killers of the highest order, my gang. He puffs out his chest with pride. Before I was boss here, I ran with the broken shites, the salty nightmares, and the trap gang. Everyone made a name for themselves during the war. You made up at least two of those gangs and didn't even bother denying it. Just be careful what names you toss around when there's a former boss standing within shot, you little pissant. His eyebrow snaps up in attention. Burst, so kind of you to chime in with your corrections. In this case, he's asking to join this favor, which is out of the question. Explain the numerous reasons why he can't allow, but the wretch won't listen. Is that accurate? It is. We're not looking for special treatment, just a new beginning. Seeing as we're healthy, fit, and combat ready, the Ironclad should have no reason to refuse us. Especially since they're low on numbers. That may be true, but it's no excuse to pollute our respectable ranks with your company. We're more than capable. Put any weapon in our hands. And send us on our side mission. Be merciful compared to what we faced under the voice of Narat. That much is true, at least. There's something to be said for a general who isn't going to gut you in your sleep because it suits his flair for the artistic. Those are the first fair words I've heard you speak about General Ash. Perhaps you're coming around. Then you can count on them being the last, you overfull midden pile. If we joined up, this favor wouldn't have to compromise their staunch northern morals. We would take the bloody work off their hands. Do you want me to decide on the matter? You must know Kairos law back to front, and I trust you know Christians as well. If it peels this lamprey off my backside, I'll allow it. Speaking for my gain, I'll accept your judgment. We're eager to crack some skulls for Kairos' army again, no matter what color they wear. Let me take your testimony first. Of course, I have nothing to hide. Why can't we recruits join the disfavored? Most of us would rather swallow our tongues than take orders from some rigid officer who talked his way into leadership. But to each their own. Where do I start? Not only does Graven Ash handpick his disfavored from decorated northern stock, he takes personal interest in our training and education. We are his sons and daughters. To accept anything less than our ranks would hold the very process in contempt. The only capacity they would serve would be manual labor, hauling wagons or digging latrines. But it's the work of slaves. That's not what they've come requesting. Why this interest in the disfavored? Better training, better quarters, iron weapons. The disfavored have everything we wanted out of joining the military. We want to serve Kairos to the best of our abilities. Is that asking too much? Well, the Ironclad here seems to think so. Respect for command leaves something to be desired. Why did you leave the Scarlet Chorus? Our old gang boss fell in the last battle of Vedrine well. We saw how the disfavored operated and realized it was a chance for a better life. A longer one, too. Desertion happens every day in the Scarlet Chorus. I can't tell you that we won't be missed. Says this like he's boasting. Only the shite-heeled recruits who never made a name for themselves are overlooked at muster. Good. Whatever's fair. We're prepared to stand for it. Ooh. So I could actually call judgment here. Assign you to hard labor, hauling wagons, digging latrines. That's a waste of our talent. We could shed so much blood for this favor. I agree, it's a waste, but these fools should have known better than to turn coat. Always bites you in the ass eventually. Horde, maggot, you occupy space and eat our food. Don't presume to complain. Trick Fatebinder, I think. Only from your practical, calculating approach. Had there been an option, I actually would have said, well, have them be tested, you know. Find something that they could try and do to improve their work, but no option was given, so. Ooh, two-handed, sigil of Edges Collins got sigil of life and regenerating. It is a two-handed staff with a staff of tree branches oozes rejuvenating sap. Just sounds pretty appealing for you, my man. Actually, better than your quill, probably. Let's see which we'll have to compare to your quill. So we don't have armor penetration, but you gain a bunch of everything else. Yeah, let's give that to you. So that's two-handed actually. So let's go ahead and do that. I'll switch that over that. What's this? House seal. With care and attention, you recognize it's stitched from the merchant house hand over quill. I don't know about that. All right.
Good thing I keep a torsion wrench handy.
Let's resolve. Some nobleman sandals. Benefit anybody? Not particularly. I'll take that. Stall contains spoils acquired at the battlefield, all uniquely labeled and organized. There's a camp I can rest at, which is great. But I don't need it right now. He's a dog. Dog looks up at you and whimpers. What, I can't pet the dog? Terrible game. 0 out of 10.
What do we have here?
Of course. I'm kidding, of course. Let's see. Heron's feather. Karen's feather? So it's a consumable. Armor all stolen. Okay. Plus 4 armor all stolen for 20. Endurance defense. Huh. Interesting. Osmia. Missy, the fate binder of Tunan. His favorite Iron Walker bows. Welcome to Ironheart. I'm sure that a Graven Ash appreciates the help you can offer. Circumstances have a way of coming together so that this favor always stretch thinner than we would like. What can I do for you? Why are this favor so overworked? She rubs her palms together and frowns. Trying to shoulder the brunt of this civil war without the strength of numbers. The Star Corps can throw 1,000 disposable bodies at an issue without a second thought, but we're forced to do a little bit more discriminating. We might be trained to deal with the stress of combat and all-night drills, but we're fatigued even by the high standard we set for ourselves. She studied you for a cautious manner. Not that I need to burden an agent of the court with my misgivings. Once the war is over and the tears are probably subdued, my hope is that Kairos dispatches some relief troops to support the occupation. We all deserve a season of rest. The court is always receptive to the needs of soldiers. Your point is noted. That's very generous of you to say, Fatebinder. Grateful to know that somebody is listening. Every smile brightens her expression. I'll be on my way. I'm actually going to change over to our... So that's the... Okay. Okay, and then we have Zephylos here. Even though you're not a fully fledged disabled recruit, I'm authorized to grant you purchasing rights from a store, within certain limits, of course. What would you like to see? What limits are those? It's nothing personal, I assure you. Graven Ash wants us to control our supplies without restricting access to its army supporters like yourself. The finest arms and freshest provisions are provided, served for the soldiers under its direct command. I'm sure you understand that Arcot takes our protection very seriously. Understood. Saber shields. Old tent. Shaker robes. Here's the thing with RPGs is that a large majority of the time you will find stuff just as good out in the wilds as you gain as buying stuff. I think the only time that doesn't happen is Super Mario RPG, but that is a far more simple RPG style game where you get to the next town and you buy all the newest gear. You can find gear out in the wild, but it's rare items. It's not something you can get in the store necessarily. That's the game I probably have the most experience in because I played it all through my childhood. Let's see here. Got some shades. Of new potions isn't keeping up with demand. Many of these bottles remain empty. You see, Fatebinder, I hope you're representing this favorite whilst out on your adventures. As well as can be had. Okay, so let's see here. Let's go ahead and move into the encampment itself. There's Graven Ash, specifically. There is a barrel over here. Excuse me, gents. Don't mind me. Just taking a little fruit from the barrel. Graven Ash. Fatebinder, it's good to see you report in. These days, it's difficult enough to judge friend from foe. Please recognize you as the former of the two. Ash favors you with a curt nod. So you brought the voices are not spying to my doorstep. As you think me amused by your irresponsible conduct, know that I am not. Or just as a useful ally, I need her on my side. At least until we get tired of each other. Don't worry, old man. I'm not going to drive a blade into your spine. Not while you're wearing a breastplate as thick as the old walls anyway. Ashengrave glares at first and returns a severe expression back to you. His mouth is set in a disapproving line. He seems on the brink of saying more, but waves off the matter. After what transpired at Vedrian's Well, it is favored must hold fast to our allies. You are here because you're supported the siege, but I don't mistake your confidence for devotion. The Scarlet Horse would not have you. I'm here to serve the disfavored and stop the civil war. To none's claim laid over you, I cannot grant you a seat of honor at the disfavored table, but in service to my legion, I warrant you can accomplish more than your humdrum legal proceedings in the adjudicator's court. He grins the thought, banishing it with a wave. What is it you require? Tell me about your connection with your soldiers. Every member of this favor is as precious to me as family. Their bloodlines are known and respected. Their performance in combat beyond every expectation. I would go any length in their service. They call me general or archon, yet I consider myself a servant and guardian of these excellent women and men. I suspect that isn't what you intend to hear. There is a deeper connection still. I appreciate you understood our history, my rebellion, and my rise to power. Graven Ash, our carnivore, is capable of shielding his soldiers from injury and fatigue. His protective influence exerts itself from far away or as he sleeps. If he sleeps, rumors disagree. Few understand how this arcane power works, but all who have faced this favored in battle will attest that Ash's soldiers can survive serious harm and shrug off the fatigue of starvation or long marches in heavy armor. When the disfavored are wounded, Ash's Aegis, as some refer to Archon's unique power, appears to help the disfavored swiftly recuperate and return to battle. I want to know more about the disfavored. We are more than a mere army. I ensure that the disfavored legion represents everything that we hold dear in the North. Rigid discipline, trained to perfection, respect for law, and the importance of family. As conquerors, it is our duty to teach savage lands not just how to live up to the values of the Empire sets, but how to live for them. Do the disfavored have their own laws? I hold the Legion to a particular set of standards. We don't have laws as you would know them under Tunan's teachings, but every soldier in the Legion is aware of my expectations. The first, honor the Legion in thought and deed. I cannot allow atrocity or heinous crimes to drag my respectable Northmen into shame. I expect my soldiers to follow Kairos' mandates and conduct themselves respectably. Second, honor all oaths with your life. This respects the vows made to me as Archon and Kairos' overlord. There can be no formal marriage for the disavowed ranks. This is preventing obligations higher than the military. My soldiers can pair up and sire offspring as they wish. The North needs sons and daughters, and I will not force my countrymen to choose between family and loyalty. And last, honor your shield and weapon. Maintenance and care of arms and armor is critical to a soldier's success on the field. Of course, there are rare exceptions. How do you fare under that shell of iron, son of Barraconan? Archon regards Barrack with interest. Well enough, General. I know I'm not top form, but I'm able to execute my duties with distinction. As you say. Give me just a moment here. I want to take it to options here. Okay, so the voice frequency thing is all the way up. Now, let's see. Keep talking to him. Fatebinder, you return. Through his congenial smile, you just barely detect that Ash is wincing. Something wrong, Archon. Nothing I can't handle. The war has taken a toll on everyone it touches, but in my case, the price could be heavier than most. He rises to full height and dismisses his concerns with an authoritative shrug of his shoulders. But never mind that. You didn't come here to hear an old man's aching joints. We have a realm to subjugate and people to break under the disfavored banner. What is it you require? How can I continue my service of the disfavored? These are troubled times for all, but none more than so the forces of Kairos. Our organized defense has splintered. Loyalties are challenged at every level of command. Much that we have built during the conquest crumbles under its own weight. We had thought the Veteran Guard were the final death rattle of this region's alliance. We were wrong. Tears have risen up against Kairos, emboldened by their countrymen. While his favorite labor to maintain order, the serpent, the voices of Narat, grows his army of lunatics and sellswords, preparing to lash out when we least suspect it. I can only imagine the voices is driving his gangs mad with plots to storm his fortress. There can be no peace while the voices of Narat lives, and no order while the Scarlet Chorus rampages across these lands. The elimination of chaos must be our first priority. Then we will have our time to govern the tiers as Kairos intended. Can I depend upon your support against this scourge? Tell me more about the tiers uprising. I try not to bother myself with the details. These objectors will be dealt with, forgotten soon enough. I know of the Unbroken, group of former stalwart miscreants that rose in the Blade Grave, arming themselves with a misguided sense of national pride. Beyond them, the distant elements of this fallen realm interest me little. What would you have me do? Our position of authority in the Blade Grave is far from secure. We need to establish ourselves in the region in order to cultivate our strength for the battle to come. As soon as I'm confident in our chances, we will depart this realm and wipe the Chorus threat from the face of heretics. The Unbroken, former daughters and sons of Stalwart, vex our efforts to secure this region. The Edict of Storms offers them cover. They slip past our patrols in the light of day, hiding their movements behind clouds of dust and debris. Kairos cast this blight on the country to set an example, not to plague those of us loyal to the north. We must travel to Sentinel Stand and seek out Stratius Herodin. He is the last of the old stalwart bloodline who call themselves regents. Put him to the sword and end this edict once for all. Who is Stratius Herodin? The last of an elder bloodline that ruled Stalwart and maintains its dignity. He is also a filthy coward. During the last battle of Stalwart, he crouched behind the walls of Sentinel Stand Keep and refused to meet our forces on the field of battle. Why has no one killed Herodin yet? Because he persists in crouching behind the walls of Sentinel Stand. With the Edict of Storms raging around the Citadel, no one has been able to enter or exit since the last year of the conquest. No bird or missive has left the wind wall either. The Edict is all the proof that we have that Herodin still lives. Why is he so important to the Edict? You should know that better than anyone. Did you not proclaim Kairos will upon the realm of Stalwart yourself? He would neither surrender nor impel his soldiers to do so. As such, Kairos decreed that storms will ravage the country until the regent was dead. Stratius Herodin was free to kill himself, of course, but he was neither too proud or too gutless for the task. Tell me of the Edict of Storms. Kairos visited this plague upon the people of Stalwart to punish their leader's cowardice. He had thought the edict would be dispelled long ago, but to his dismay, it endures. The rust and debris filling the air is a source of constant irritation and hampers our ability to conduct this war on our terms. You should consider the subjugation of Stalwart and any of this edict tasks of equal importance. Thankfully, your goals are well matched. The persistence of the edict is tied to Herodin's bloodline. Kairos decreed that the storms will continue until the last of the regents is slain. End the regents to end the edict, and return to me victorious. I understand what must be done. I'll make the Blade Grave at once. Find the last regent, kill him, and this Edict of Storms, staunch this seeping wound of rebellion once and for all. The downfall of the Unbroken and the old regent will send a message through the tiers. Our rule is absolute. Dissonance will not be tolerated. Consider done. Yep. There's one final matter to discuss. My daughter went missing in the second year of the conquest. I have reason to believe she's trapped in the forest of Sentinel Stand. If you can find Amelia, bring her home to me. Tell me about Amelia. She has her father's stubborn persistence. She's an excellent fighter, though more brazen and eager to test herself on the field of battle. I have objected to this disposition in the past, but it seems as integral to her being as the very breath she draws. Our relationship has endured its challenges. The last several years, I have been a better general to her than a father. Once the war is over and she is restored to the Legion, I hope that we can find ourselves to know each other once more. What makes you think she's still alive? We have traveled together through the fallen, corrupt lands. You are no doubt aware of the aegis I extend to my troops as the boon I grant my northerners for loyal service and devotion to our shared cause. As my army fills my guardianship, I am keenly aware of them in turn. Their concern, their pain is my burden to carry as their leader. Amelia is alive. I have woken at night in cold sweats, my bile rising with violence. What torment she suffers at the hands of those stalwart animals is a mystery. I only want her restored to heal in the company of the Legion. If I find her, I'll ensure her safe return. That is all I ask. Amelia is but one soldier, yet if I had the force to dispatch, I would make her retrieval my highest priority. She's a commander of the highest renown and a paragon of northern values. Baitbinder, I offer you my support on this mission. The Blade Grave is a place of memory. I left many cohorts buried among the ruins, no small part of myself as well. Could you elaborate? The matter is a sensitive one, but I fear to speak in the company of the great general, though he doubtless knows it already. Barak attempts to stand tall before Graven Ash. Speak on, son of Barakonek. Barakonen. Nothing I've seen you accomplish in the field has diminished you in my eyes, and I know my soldiers as well as I know myself. Ash nods with approval. I lost countrymen by the hundreds in the last day of the Stalwart campaign, and for my troubles became fused in this armor. The Blade Grave is the last place I ever felt human. That is all I will say about it now. The last battle of Stalwart was a terrible crime, perhaps most of all for you who survived. I mourn those we lost and recite their names often during the morning drills. We cannot restore their broken bodies to the north, but we can remember for them as they were. Is that all? Your manner has changed. Eric stands straighter. For a moment, you can't tell if he's going to lash out or crumple into himself. You are prepared for anything. After a long pause, his shoulders sagged the slightest bit. My cohort marched on Sentinel's stand to complete a mission. We failed. The walls of the keep defied us, and the last region of Stalwart refused to meet us in battle. The coming of Kairos' edict cut us off from our objective. Because of this, the Blade Grave is also a place of regret. You have much invested in this mission. Of course you can accompany me. I appreciate that, Fatebinder. Raven Ash is attentive and understanding to each of his troops. It pleased me to see this example in you. And in you, Armored One. Never forget that I found you in the mere germination of your potential. You have accomplished much in the ensuing years. Thank you, General. Though it's impossible to tell through his helmet, you assume that Barak is blushing. Your map is already marked with the position of Sentinel's stand. It take me 100 lifetimes to forget those old walls or the day the edict shattered our advance. I have further questions for the Archon War. About yourself. I'm a family man. I've always believed that culture is grown from a family legacy and respect for the past. I've sired 4 children in my lifetime, a long life. Ashlyn, Priam, Amelia, and Brenix. I'm a general to my soldiers, but a father as well. They have my confidence, my love, and trust. There is nothing more to give. My days on Terra has spanned many more than any human lifetime, and on this journey I have learned much. It must be said that I have also grown stubborn. I believe that matters must be handled a particular way, and see no reason to waver in those beliefs, as they are the product of my experience. Brenix? My youngest and most beloved. He was joyful and loving, a soldier like his father, and fiercely devoted to his country. He told the most horrid jokes. He was taken captive at venturing well and later died. I could feel his life in the moment it was extinguished. Circumstances were unusual. But none of the quick violence brought about by blade or hammer. You were there when I learned that Voices Marat had killed him, absorbed my boy into the howling cavern of his madness. Speak no more of this matter. The pain is still too close. Tell me about Ashlyn. My first and proudest accomplishment. The strength she had. During the conquest of the Northern Empire, she was slain by Blood Echo, the madman who once laid claim to the title of Archon of War. I would later cut his head from his shoulders with Ashlyn's broken sword. He continued to scream for minutes after the deed was done. I miss her to this day. What would that she had lived long enough to bring a family of her own into this world? Imagine me, a grandfather. Who is Priam? My son, born to the life I enjoyed before I was Archon. He fell to a wasting illness caused by pox, the Archon of Ruin. Disease was one, but many weapons wielded during the conquest of the North. Were he still alive, he was sat at my right hand, for he was wise in counsel and strategy beyond his years, perhaps even beyond mine. And we know about Amelia. She has her father in stubborn persistence. She is an excellent fighter, though more brazen and eager to test herself on the field of battle. I have objected to this disposition in the past, which seems integral to her being, as the very breath she draws. Amelia, She's been missing from the Legion since the fight had escalated in Stalwart. After her advance detachment made their way into the depths of the enemy territory, we lost contact. I fear for her, Fateminder. I fear for her daily. Not knowing has turned this war into a nightmare. Okay, so now we have a new thing, which is investigate the Sentinel Stand Keep. Try and find Amelia. Knowing this game, it's going to be a hard case of leaving her to her fate or sacrificing something else to get her back. So, not
Can't
particularly,
do that.
not particularly amazing, but okay. Now that we're leaving, we'll go into a custom. Just give me a second. So I don't think I can get through here because I have to go through Ironhall Trail, and that means I have to fight the Brotherhood. Let's go ahead and go for Sentinel Stand. Take 20 hours and 15 minutes to accomplish this. Let's do so. Journey struck by the feral howls of a hunting pack of beastmen. The leader is an oppressive specimen. His mane black as night, and his body scarred from battle. Alright. Now we find out what the beastmen are like. We've heard them talked about, but have never fought them. Oh, okay. Kills in shadow. Before you towers a massive creature of fur and flesh. Her short, black snout snuffling in the air.
Know this scent. Stench of blood, sweat, battle, iron and death. Smells like alpha. Smells of strength. But is male.
Beast woman cocks her head to one side, eyes bright with curiosity and red as fresh blood. Its eyes rove your body up and down, darkening with a sudden heat, with the look that a predator bestows its prey.
Have been stalking human centrail. Have ranged many more than 5 nights through tribe and human territories of Tyr's land, hunting for human called Fatebinder, for human who woke Horizon Rock called Mountain Spire. Have hunted hot high, cold low, wet dry. Traipsed far until paws bled, but always human who smelled of alpha evaded beast woman. Had to slink through shadows, fast, quick, without rest to catch delicious prey at last.
She tongues her blade-sharp discolored fangs and exhales a pleased growl. Your markings must be from the Shadowhunter tribe.
Fatebinder knows tribes of beast women. Curious human. Male who smells of alpha and knows of Shadowhunter tribe. Best tribe. Lost tribe of kills in shadow.
Her eyes pin you with lust, the look of a wolf that's found a hare. Introduce yourself properly before I lose my patience.
Can Fatebinder not see? Beast woman. Best hunter. Kills in shadow. Daughter of mystic brood mother. Relict. Alpha to pack of stone whelps.
She huffs and sits back on her haunches, narrow eyes both curious and cross. Explain yourself, beast woman. What is it you want?
Humans.
Beast woman's nostrils flare wide and her eyes brighten with amusement.
No human called Fatebinder. Kairos breeds words on paper. Fatebinder binds words to earth and sky. Makes ground tremble. Makes night cry, blood and fire.
What would a beast woman know of Tunan's fate binders?
Human is not first Fatebinder. Kills in shadow has hunted.
She chuffs, darkly amused.
Tribes of Kairos fear Fatebinder. Human Alpha claimed Horizon Rock called Spire, and Archons did not kill Fatebinder. Archons rolled over and whined, covetous.
Okay, so maybe you've heard of...
Kairos hunts human realms to extinction. Rules tribe of blood and ruin, starvation and death. Seeks to slaughter beast women like prey. But beast women are not prey. Are not flighty, feeble-minded humans.
Hills and Shadows spits a glob of tawny mucus on the ground.
Beast women are savage hunters. Bred to fight Kirut, and Fatebinder who smells of alpha. Strong always kill weak, then grow weak. Killed is migration of life. But Kills in Shadow is not weak now. Will not be weak for many long seasons. Will join Fatebinder and survive Kairos' tribe.
You'd side with the enemy to survive?
Enemy? No enemy. Only competition. Only strong tribes and weak tribes. Only win or die. Adapt to survive.
Want to join me, you'll have to be as my beta.
Kills in Shadow is not beta. But even alphas submit to stronger-willed primas. Many packs make a tribe. Is this not a thought humans also understand? Beast Woman will follow Fatebinder. Will not dominate.
Leader of Beast Tribe. Supremacy almost always held by a female. This rank is won and defended through vicious bloodshed and fights for dominance rather than birthright. Many alphas may exist within a single tribe, but only one rises above the others in this prima. Okay.
Unless Fatebinder begins to smell weak.
She tongues one of her upper fangs, lips split in a feral grin. Fine, but keep your nose to yourself. The Beast Woman huffs and turns her to address her pack.
Kills in Shadow will not shelter stone whelps anymore. Scamper and flee! Do not want to see shadows lurking, stalking behind. Barb cleft his leader now.
Pack hesitates, causing Kills and Shadow to emit a low menacing growl.
Will not like if Kills in Shadow catches sight or scent of stone mongrels again.
Goodbye to you too. As far as gangs go, I've seen worse.
So, now I have another party member. One I was not expecting. Great spikes of the Blade Grave offer cover for soldiers and beasts alike, making perfect sites for ambushing unwary travelers.
On it.
Well, great. Now I have a prominent she-wolf at the spire now, it seems. One that will kill me as soon as she smells weakness, so. Lovely. Let's see. I'm gonna keep going. Okay, so now at the place. Here at night, though. This makes it a little harder.
Sentinels stand. I still remember when the edict struck this place.
Oh, you can see the bits of armor and stuff stuck with these spines here. I wonder if those were part of the edict, or that was the formation that was there before, and everything just got caught in it like cattle catchers. Scout straightens as you approach, squinting through the harsh wind. Are you the support that Ash sent out? Yes, I'm Tunon's Fate Binder. Glad to hear it. Never be too careful out here. I'm half blind from the storm, and you agents of the court don't always stand out. No offense. I've been patrolling the outer walls, but there's no sign of the enemy. Either they know not to come here, or they're better at hiding than I credited. Damn, rebels shift about like the winds they do. Have you run into any unbroken recently? More than a fortnight ago. She dashed right quick before we could knock arrows. They're a cautious lot, cunning. Not even Kairos could have expected them to use the storm to their advantage. Can we enter the fortress? In these winds? I wouldn't venture to try if I had 1,000 shields to guard me. Come take a look and you'll understand. Just a moment before we continue on.
My armor feels lighter.
Mode of this once encircled sentinel stand was long succumbed to the harsh environment. Standing water and patches of moist dirt are all that remain. Ah, I can see why. Nothing has changed. It's the very storm that shattered the Unbroken and disfavored alike. Thank you for bringing me here, Fatebinder. Barrack regards the wind wall and the massive tornado around the inner keep, which is but a distant outline. Stratius Herod, the last stalwart regent, cowers behind the walls of his castle. We won't be able to reach him through this storm. This place brings back unpleasant memories. Tell me about the regents. They were bureaucrats and diplomats, all drunk on their own self-importance. Stratus Herod had never impressed me. The people of Starward revered the man. Cowardice must run in the regent bloodline. The edict struck Stratus, hid in his castle and watched his country fall to pieces. An honorable man would have died for his people. I'm only interested in one thing. How we get inside. Couldn't say. Powers fighting over this realm must have some notion. Otherwise they wouldn't squabble over control over this blasted wasteland. We should track someone down with answers. Hear that we're not alone. Taking stuff forward verse draws her weapon, scans the surroundings. Catch an odd sound on the wind. Low moan, echoing. Hidden within a cacophony of swirling dirt and metal debris. The clouds of dust seem to close in on you. Within them you see patches of glowing red. Oh! Hello.
Look at that.
Scourge? Wisps. Oh, the Bane. Ah. So this is what these things are. Interesting, interesting. Well, for the moment here, we have points to divvy out. Use that. That's great. That's a great choice. Okay, so what options do we have? We can get you behind people. Jump for this person. Jump for that one. And first we'll stay there as well.
See that? I'm not entirely useless.
On it.
not entirely useless.
On it. That one wrapped me hard.
Will do. On it. On it.
Okay, so Bane are gone. Our natural cry silence, leaving only the tornado's violence in your ears. As the dust clouds recede, you spot a crouched figure on the wall alone.
Is my vision poor, or do I spy a figure atop the wall?
Bane essence.
Right.
Nope, there's someone there. Janos. Immediate attracted here. Damn, creepers. Soldier kneels behind the ruined parapets. You can tell by his raiment, old stalwart gear. He's an unbroken soldier. He peers at you with a mixture of caution and curiosity. You handle the Bane well enough, but what brings you to this forsaken place? He pauses as recognition dawns in his eyes. You don't look like typical rank and file of Kairos' army, but you're no son of Stalwart either. He squints at your raiment and takes your measure. No, you're the Fatebinder who broke past the Vitrine Guard. I think you'll find yonder wind wall a tougher nut to crack than the Apex Citadel, chuckles. Here to end the Edict of Storms. Is that how it works? Kairos casts edicts its lackeys to the cleanup effort? In that case, I'm glad we're still independent of you Imperial dogs. Enjoy it while you last. When the region is under our control, you'll be breaking your back with taking mass graves. I'll be watching. Just to make like a storm and blow, because you're not getting inside this fortress. When you report back to your master, tell him the first scout Janus sent you off with your tail tucked between your legs. Why does the Unbroken hate Stratus Harridan? He's a spineless old man who hides behind his soldiers and doesn't possess any of the values he hammers into others. Oh, sorry, I was talking about Graven Ash. He flashes a crude sign with his fingers. But I have the strength to tear down this wall and kill him myself. Harridan is a relic of the past, and we're looking to the future. We don't have any hope of squirming out from under Kairos' thumb, while the old region enjoys its twilight years, sipping dusty wine and hiding from the war. Do you know anything about Graven Ash's daughter, Amelia? Sorry, I didn't catch that. I'm not too good with names. Your voice isn't carrying over the winds. He flashed you a wide, grinning smile. A wide, knowing grin. Impertinent scum! Climb over that wall and let me beat the truth out of you. What are the Bane doing here? Hauling some scent of magic, at least. That would be the safest assumption. I have a hypothesis that, when gathered in large enough numbers, they communicate through song, albeit one so shrill we can't hear it, and I think I'm boring even me, so I'll shut up now. Don't you know anything? The Bane are drawn to Kairos magic like flies around a corpse. This whole region is polluted with the Overlord's reek, nowhere more so than the wind wall before us. Mind yourself around their claws, Fatebinder said that Bane can have them in the clutches, they never let go. What do you know about the Edict of Storms? Reckon not as much as you, Stormcaller. It's your fault that we're in this mess in the first place. Storm will continue as long as Stratus Harridan lives. I wish that we're both keen on stopping the old coward's heart, though I do everything in my power to make sure that you never get any closer to setting a stand than this. What if oops, I'm a step closer. And another! Are you going to do something about it, or just stare at me with that little nest up there? Antics don't amuse me in the slightest, Scarlet Fury. Dance away if you must. We'll make it through this wind wall as I live and breathe. For a second there, I thought I was worried that you would have to let you live, but you put that to rest. First, stop playing with your food. If we're going to be stuck in this forsaken wasteland, I hope you don't mind if I occupy myself with a little recreation. How can I get inside Sentinel Stand? Throwing yourself into the wind wall comes to mind. Take a few steps inside and see how long it takes for the wind to strip you down to a skeleton. Love to stay and chat, but it's high time that I reported your presence to my superior officer. Be seeing you, Fatebinder, though you might not see me. He ducks behind the parapet and vanishes in the obscurity of the storm. Damn that vain southern wretch! Redovik spits. Their Unbroken knows the territory better than us. They take every opportunity to flaunt it. What was that scout even doing here? Look, there's a corpse on the wall. Might bear a closer look. I can't tell from here, but I think it's wearing his favorite colors. Oh, not going anywhere before I touch that chest. Maid! Gonna get us all drunk. Or at least slightly buzzed. If I remember correctly, meat's not particularly strong. Yeah, his favorite iron sword. Amelia's battle standard. Oh. Shoot. Body's been here a long time. Storm has long since eroded skin from bones. Tucked away in one of her consoles, you find a scrap of distinctive battle standard. That's the General's family crest. Another unit must have come through here. Seems a lifetime ago that we marched on Sentinel Stand. At least this proves that we were in the right track. So close, too. The girl might still be alive out there. Looks the wind well with regret. Tell me about Amelia. She was always headstrong. Took after her father in that regard. She also demanded that the Legion treat her like an ordinary soldier whenever possible, though in truth she was far from ordinary. She's not an Archon like Ash, but she's vicious with the sword and good with her troops. Sparred with her outside of the Bastard City and almost lost an ear for my troubles. So what are the next steps? Ash bade us to bring order to the region. We need to learn as much about his daughter as possible. Heard tell of an unbroken fort called Duskwatch. One of our soldiers has been imprisoned there since around the time Amelia's units went missing. Ugh, whenever I start streaming, for some reason I start getting gas, and I don't know if it's me just talking a lot, just moving air circulation through my system or something. But it makes me start getting a little stomach trouble. I don't know why. Maybe I need to set up a place for some snacks or something, or break in the middle so I can go munch on something so get this stop happening. Ugh. I don't know. I'll have to figure that out. I'll wager anything if we shatter the unbroken defense, we'll learn more about her whereabouts. Barrick's correct. They took Callie as captive. Suppose one of the stone shields who traveled with Amelia. Gotta make contact with Osmios, the commander in charge of taking Duskwatch. Surely he would appreciate the aid of a Fatebinder. You go on ahead. I need to double back and relay this to Ash. This should raise the old man's spirits, eh? Good. Another winning stone. Okay, so looks like we're hiking our way back out of here. Doesn't look like we're continuing onward. At least not in the way that I was expecting. Yeah, I can't go through here. Probably can once I get to wind whips violently past, throwing bits of rock and metal past you along with the dust. Yeah, I'm not getting anywhere with that. Let's beat a hasty retreat and figure out what we're gonna do here. Sounds like we're going to Duskwatch. Take over that. Find some sort of a way to continue on. You know, had I thought about it, I should have looked up kind of like what are the stats I should be throwing into each kind of each character, more or less. Because we have the very typical warrior, and then we have someone who's more of a rogue, ranged or melee, and then we have a mage who I've been pushing into my healer, but we've also got another mage as of what's her name? I thought Neb keeps coming to mind. That's not quite. I think Eb, maybe. I don't know. The tribe of Tide, but I would assume that she's far more of a offensive mage rather than a support. 12 hours to get there. Okay. Switch on my phone. I'm trying to do things. Leave me alone. Anyway.
Stepping lightly.
Anything out here? It's Osmios, that's the guy I need to talk to. So. His favorite commander wears his armor over broad shoulders and stands if he knows it all too well. Graven Ash protects. Osmios, 32nd Legion. Pleasure to have you join us. Even this close to Iron Hearth, we need all the help we can get. Franzberg. Still trapped, I see. How are you faring under there, soldier? Is it challenging enough to fit through the stubborn iron bucket? I have gained several hundred pounds of iron and muscle over the last year. I smell like a mass grave left open at the sun. I am, for the moment, upright. He nods to Osmius. You might be able to tell this fort is a tough nut to crack. The Unbroken aren't too keen on surrendering. Our preliminary attacks have yet to break through. Our soldiers is chained inside. Callius will go to any lengths to fight to get him out. Glance to the fort with longing. What's your business at Dusk Watch? I expect you to come in aid of the war front, but when it comes to Tunan's agents, it pays not to make assumptions. Standing against the Unbroken will take more than harsh language. I bring you tactics and experience. We're always glad to receive both. The Unbroken have their fair share of hubris. With more seasoned veterans on our side, exactly what we need to teach these southern children a lesson. Day and night my forces have battered themselves against those walls, but even the tireless is favored at their limits. I'm afraid we're out of commission until Ash's Aegis takes the edge off and knits our wounds closed. You look lively enough. What say you help us get Callius off and soften up the Unbroken for execution? I need answers, not bodies. Killing the Unbroken might not help me. Not often that I see restraint. But there you have it. In this case, I think you can spill some blood without losing sheep. Before you get too excited, your job is to infiltrate the base under cover of night and extract the prisoner. Don't let anyone spot you. If you alert them while inside, you'll be on your own. Cass is a good soldier, and he's been in Unbroken hands longer than anyone should have to endure. You might think of just another stone shield, but Ash holds the lives of his troops in high regard, so we might recover them. So you should consider the recovery effort to support it as taking the Dusk Watch itself. There are a few structural weaknesses along the perimeter, which should help you sneak in. After releasing Callius, open the front gate from the inside. Flash you a toothy grin. We'll flood the keep and make short work of Agathon's soldiers. Are you ready to begin? I found evidence that Ash's daughter passed by Semblance Stand. Could Callius know more about her disappearance? Amelia? By the North, I never even considered that any one of her units survived capture. If his sanity's still intact after all this time, then it's entirely possible that Callius could tell us something. It's been some time since I allowed myself such optimism. If Callius traveled with Ash's daughter, then we have a chance of taking her back from the southern wretches. How's Amelia lost during the war? I wish I could tell you. If what you're suggesting is true, and I have no reason to believe it isn't, then Callius should be able to tell us more of what happened to her and where she ended up. We dispatched cohorts of soldiers to recover her unit, but we had to pull back our efforts when the Edict of Storms hit. Navigating the region became less organized and more a matter of chance. I'm sure that Ash has worried himself sick wondering about his daughter's safety. I am worried. I have worried as well. The question plagued me even as we marched to recover her unit. It plagues me still. What do you know of the Unbroken? Gang of tearsmen with delusions of honor. I'm sure they wish their ranks were as renowned or as the least disfavored. Unfortunately for them, the best they'll know is to die by our hand or surrender and face hard labor. Rather around someone named Mateus, a low-born stalwart captain of some moderate success. He smiles bemusingly. Strangely enough, there's no lost love between the Unbroken and the old establishment. Predatory bloodline known as the Regents. That much division in their ranks. I don't know how they hope to succeed. How has Dusk Watch stood so long in defiance of your troops? Left and right with a frown. I hate to question the great general's command, but we're overcooked and overworked and undermanned. There won't be any additional supplies coming this way until the fort is in our hands. The Unbroken set up their defenses with a long siege in mind. During the conquest, we pushed through the stalwart defenders like they were old hedgerows, but these Unbroken are a breed apart from their countrymen. Losing the war, all of a sudden they had something to rally behind. I don't want to say that we underestimated, but he shrugs and trails off. I'm ready. Dusk Watch is all but ours. Eager, are we? Good. Osmius pats your shoulder. Make your move as soon as night falls. Remember to stay out of sight. Go for Callius. We wait for you to open the gates from the side. We can't help you until that happens. Good hunting. All right. So now we're trying to get in.
Will do.
we can palisade wall that. Sounds like that could alarm some people if I smack that down. Let's try and not do that. Funny thing is that look right here. This is a pinion. I could easily walk through this window and just be in the camp. But nope, that's not how we're playing this. Well, first stealth objective I've ever had to do. We'll see how we do here.
Can't do that.
Hole in the fence. Crawl under. Let's enter the fort. Okay, let's crawl into the fort now.
Trouble is afoot.
That looks like Callie's, maybe. Yep, Stone Shield Callius. Alright. Well. Let's get him out of here, huh?
On it.
There's video game logic. We just killed two people in a fight, yelling all kinds of stuff, and yet, no one hurt us.
Quiet down.
Stone Shield Callius. This bound soldier looks to have endured a recent and vicious beating, though most of his bruises have progressed to their later stages. He looks at you with tired resignation. If you're here to kill me, get it over with. On your feet, soldier. I'm with the disfavored. No sooner do you untie him, he grabs your wrist hard enough to cut off your circulation. I'll not part for some broken trick. You won't talk with this mockery of a rescue. Cowards. Now Barrack shakes his head. The poor man is mad with imprisonment and torture. Seen it happen, though never to a good Northman. Graven Ash protects. His eyes widen and he raises immediately, nodding with gratitude. Graven Ash protects. I had lost hope that this day would ever come. Reb's wrist regards her with respect. This fort is still controlled by the Unbroken. I'm in no shape to fight my way out. I think there are other soldiers outside these walls. If you open the gate from inside, letting in reinforcements will give us opportunity we need. Very well, I will open the gate. Try not to get killed. I haven't seen the outside of these sticky walls longer than I dare imagine. Wouldn't see this opportunity wasted. Okay, so he's free, and he's good. Now, the question is... Looks like there might be a way to sneak way down here. Cloth tunic.
Send me your champion!
Right.
Marked.
Carry your skeleton out by your ass.
Cloth hat. Some water. Over here. Ooh, that is a nice looking bow. Give me a second here. Is that better than the bow she has? Range, armor penetration, less recovery, less accuracy, but slightly more DPS. It certainly would do more damage, yeah. Yeah, let's throw that on you.
I see you there.
I'll stay downwind of our enemies.
Going downwind.
Come
Gate.
at me, grave meat.
I need to try a different weapon. Right. On it. This useless weapon. I got it. This weapon is entirely worthless. Pay attention, kid. This weapon is entirely worthless.
Are you afraid of death, worm?
Right. Harsh words would cause more harm than this useless weapon.
I can't move to get him.
Right.
It's fine.
Smash to pieces!
This weapon is entirely worthless.
My route's out.
Trouble is afoot.
Right.
See that? I'm not entirely useless.
Now, can I loot in peace? On stagger. Alright.
I'm out of practice, but I'll try.
Good enough. Okay, everybody, off we go. To battle!
I am a shield wall unto myself!
Little shit.
Attention, kids. Right. Pay attention, kids. You might learn something. Attention, kids. You might learn something.
You got it.
Right.
Forward prevails.
Good work, Famewire. Let's check on Callius. I'm gonna go around looting all the good stuff, so.
Good thing I keep a torsion wrench handy.
I'll pause for us to have built up on top of the barrels and crates. Go ahead and divvy everything up after. Let's get some more armor on people. Unbroken armor.
On it.
Whoop. Callius! Osmios greets the former prisoner with open arms. Graven Nash told us to seek you out. He shows you great favor. Barrick? I'll squints up at your companion. I don't recognize you under there. I would say you're a sight for sore eyes, but well, you look terrible. He doesn't look always resemble a walking bucket of awful feces and rust? Call me surprised. Glad to see you in one piece, Callius. Soldier winces as he tries to stand tall. I'm relieved to see my countrymen again, but give me a moment. I'm still weak from my wounds. Ash's protection has kept me alive, but these unbroken can be relentless when they want something. He looks up. Glad to see you alive, soldier. I don't think I got your name earlier. I'm General Freelance, tuned in his fate binder. Graven Ash protects. The soldier's mannerism changed. He turns to look at you with a look of respect. Indeed he does. Were it not for Ash, I would not be alive today. What can I do for you? I'm afraid you find me in poor condition than I normally present myself. Who are you, soldier? I'm just a stone shield, but I was bound to serve Graven Ash's daughter, Amelia. It was my pride to fight at her side, and my great shame when Stratius Harridan's forces overpowered and captured our unit. The old ranger may be 10 times as stubborn as his people, but he lacks none of their might. Ash's daughter survived the storms? Amelia didn't die on the field that day. We were both taken prisoner. I was moved here and made to suffer. The edict hit shortly after, and soon stymied any efforts to recover her. Stratius isn't a fool. Then he's kept her alive as a hostage for some future negotiation ploy. Why, Kairos! This confirms everything my Legion fought for. She survived capture, which means there's still a chance. I have it from Ash personally that he felt a connection to his daughter. Frowns. In fact, it's grown stronger for some reason. You have your orders, Fatebinder. The General demands that you have taken Sentinel's stand, recover Amelia, and put an end to the storms at last. How did the Unbroken intend to get inside Sentinel's stand? Did you overhear them? I've heard a lot from my pen. Even saw the Unbroken leader, Mateus, a few weeks past. Mateus said the others convinced of some old steward artifact that would help resist Kairos storms. He planned on using it to end the Unbroken pass, let the Unbroken pass the wind wall and enter Sentinel's stand. Artifacts are a strange business, but an Unbroken dedication enough resources to the task of finding one that would take it to the heart. One that I would take it to heart. Tell me about artifacts. Artifacts are items of great power. It could be anything. A cloak pin, a pair of shoes, a fancy comb. Many of them resemble ordinary objects carrier wear, but they can do remarkable things. Part of how the regents maintained their dynasty was by the way of inheritance. Stratius, Zender, and Aspisa amassed over the centuries a small trove of relics and guarded them fiercely down the generations. There's the magical sword of the Dauntless, whomever the lead regent always wore a fancy helmet, and one of them owned an ever-burning lamp, among other things. Now, lots of those artifacts are scattered, but I'm certain that before the war, every thief in the Bastard City had some private fantasy about a heist in Sentinel's stand keep. I've heard tell the artifacts that could open doors, melt flesh, or set whole camps ablaze with nothing more than a simple gesture. It's not beyond reason that an artifact could shield someone from the worst of these storms. Just tell me where Mateus sent his sources, and I'll be on my way. He dispatched a large number of soldiers to Rust Canyons. He wouldn't have depleted Dusk Watch of his defenders unless he really believed in what he was doing. That's the best news I've heard in some time. There are plenty of disfavored operating in the area around Rust Canyons. It's only a matter of time before they overwhelm our enemies. Report to Graven Ash and Ironheart and tell him of the situation. He will need to know what is happening here. Both sides make for a sentinel stand, but one of our commanders is in the area already. He can hold the line while you speak with Ash. Okay, but we're not quite done yet. I need to loot more! This is just one more thing over here. I'm also thinking of maybe doing a party change around. That is very odd. So there's something to take from there, but the body's not there. What in the world? Let's move all my characters out, just move me in. Oh well. I'll have to take it as a glitch or some sort. Actually, take just a moment and we'll talk to our companions here for a second.
At your service, Fatebinder. What do you need?
I'd like to discuss your apparent connection with Barrack.
You've just got to know, don't you? I suppose there's no point in hiding it. Barrack and I are siblings, and we share a father, if little else. I try not to think too much about some northern merchant dropping anchor in my mother's port, but it happened, and the fortunate result stands proudly before you.
Well, Verse has a nasty habit of jabbering in my ear and making this war intolerable. I plan on parting ways and returning to the north at first convenience. My father will answer for his infidelity. Beyond that, I am happy to consider myself in every way unaffected. My superiors once accused me of having an impulsive streak, but I have worked to suppress it at every turn.
When you go back home, send Father my fondest greetings and thanks. If he hadn't gone to ground on my mother's dry dock, I might not be here today.
My heritage was a point of pride and distinction before I met you, Verse. Not that you would care.
I've asked myself about that several times, but unfortunately I don't have what you'd call a definitive answer. The Northerners put a lot of meaning behind family and blood. Seems arbitrary to me, but I don't want to discredit it entirely.
Moment. Just want to make sure that we're still doing good. Looks like we are. It's fantastic.
I told you about what happened to my Scarlet Fury sisters. The hesitation I experienced. Sometimes I wonder if that wasn't because of my connection to Barrick. He's stubborn, regimented. Everything I'm not. I suppose there's no telling for sure, but if I had to guess... Yeah. Sometimes I get messed up in my head, and learning I had a brother has helped me understand that better.
When did you become aware of this?
There were a lot of lazy days during the conquest, and among other things, I spent my off hours using messenger birds as target practice. You should have seen Ash's anger when he heard that was going on. One day, I snagged a bird that flew from the hands of a proud northern daddy. The missive was about the goings-on at the family farm. I recognized the name and handwriting from a note in my mother's belongings. There weren't too many people named Barrick in the army, so tracking him down was no challenge. I cornered him in camp, and we shared a few heated words. Some blackmail, even.
She tried to extort rings from me, and I was having none of it. Not even Graven Ash would think less of me for our father's indiscretion.
I like your confidence, but my ring belt is feeling a little light these days. Maybe you want to take me up on that offer, or I can start whispering in disfavored ears. Think about it. What do you need?
My Lord Binder, you have something which requires my attention?
Eric salutes as he turns to greet
What
you.
can I do for you?
So why is the Legion called to disfavored? It is the name born in shame, now worn in pride. After Ash Graves stood against Kairos, he was forced to give up much, his allegiance, his pride, and the name of his vaunted army. What was the Legion originally called? The name has been forgotten for all but save Ash and Kairos. It's considered bad form to bring up the topic. Since she didn't know any better, I'll say this much. Disfavored is the only name which needs to be known of us now. Lantry! I haven't spoken to you for a hot minute.
One moment, my friend. Just let me finish this thought.
And he is no with a flourish. Landry licks the tip of his quill, pausing his taste for a second and third time before tucking the pin in a holster on his sleeve. So what's on your mind? Do you want to discuss matters of the present, or would you prefer a more scholarly rant? Let us discuss current matters.
Of course. How can I help?
Know anything about the region we're in?
Kairos has dubbed this land the Blade Grave. The term Realm of Stalwart is no longer to be used in official record. Of course. How can I help?
What are your thoughts about our traveling associates?
Are you asking for an objective assessment? Or is this your way of saying you want to gossip?
Beric, what do you make of him?
He is a proper Northman, with duty in his blood. Which makes me suspect his loyalty to Ash is stronger than his loyalty to you. As long as your interests remain aligned to Graven Ash, this shouldn't be an issue. I must admit, I am completely fascinated by his predicament. Ever tried diagramming the articulations of his armor? Don't. It'll only lead to madness and ruination.
Thoughts on the verse?
I know little of swordplay, and couldn't work a curve and arrow to save my life. I can't really comment on the lady.
Lady, you're just afraid to talk in front of me, clear as day. Your sweat is easier to read than your ink scribbles.
No, not at all. I just don't know how to comment on a warrior's worth, that's all.
Spare me your blather.
Burrs pauses to read Lantry's body language.
Huh. Think that, do you? Didn't know you had such swollen hope for me.
No need to keep secrets, Lantry.
A most fascinating specimen. I think she has great potential. A dangerous amount of potential, to be blunt. The Scarlet Furies are the fighting elite of the Scarlet Chorus, and that means floating to the top of a sea of blood and chum. We should consider ourselves lucky to have her on our side, with her weapons usually pointed away from us. A most Ash, we should consider ourselves lucky to have her on our side. Good
What do you make of Ebb?
typecasters stay underwater. Kairos did the Tiers a favor by erasing those moon howlers from history. A shame one of them escaped justice. She has her uses, as does any thug or brigand. I just hope you have some means of keeping her in control the day she thinks herself strong enough to take us.
What's your read on Kills in Shadow?
Aggressive, homicidal, and best kept on a long leash with a longer whip. I'm a poor judge of beasts. I've known so few, and none resemble the scribes and scholars to which I'm accustomed. But there's a blunt honesty to her that I rather enjoy. She wants to bask in your power and makes no excuses for the self-interested nature of her loyalty to you. Such refreshing transparency is rare in humans.
Speak of something else. I have some questions for you.
I am nothing if not a semi-reliable font of knowledge. What did you want to discuss?
So you can tell me of the School of Ink and Quill.
You mean what's left of them? What would you like to know?
What sorts of sigils do the sages practice?
Traditionally, we use magic only so that we may observe and archive. So that means magic of concealment and protection. But, in truth, we have amassed a great wealth of knowledge. Before the Vellum Citadel fell, any given subject of magic had at least one sage practicing it.
Why do the sages resist Kairos?
Why, indeed. As historians, it is our place to document, not direct. Let others rage and resist. Ours is the duty to record. The decision to defy Kairos was not unanimous, nor one decided upon lightly. The laws of Kairos would forbid much of the knowledge contained in the Vellum Citadel. The elder sages feared, rightly perhaps, that the Overlord would put an end to our tradition of stockpiling knowledge. The Battle of the Vellum Citadel was a battle to preserve knowledge. But our actions will be remembered as treason against the will of Kairos.
No, that's all for now. I was curious, nothing more. It is kind of nice to be able to have voice acting. Like I've said before, the voice acting is always nice. Saves my voice a little bit, and they sound better than me in all things. So let's go ahead and head back to Ironhearth, since we can't do much else. It looks like the Blade Grave is quite well suited for that. Okay, the building dirt and rust kicked up by the Edict of Storms, you make out the shifty silhouettes of a small camp ahead of you. Appearing armed in armor, the group pulls 2 carts in their wake. They haven't noticed you through the maelstrom. Hail them. Wherever the presence, the travelers halt when you hail them and await your approach. Your emaciated faces make it clear that hunger has left them weak. One steps forward to explain that they're scavengers from Old Shoreward, hoping to trade their haul in exchange for food for their families. A glance at their goods reveals they're carrying remnants of bronze and iron arms like the scoundrels from the Blade Grave. The leader of the group, bows in deference, asks if they may pass. Guide them. Escorting the travelers, you also receive an iron ingot placed in stash. You've gained favor with the Unbroken. Escorting the travelers, you lead them to the ragged waste of the Blade's Grove Broken Order. They thank you profusely for your assistance, swearing to spread word of your fairness to others in Stalwart. Their leader shows you appreciation, a few pieces of scrap before the group continues to march their way from the Edict of Storms. Cool. Doesn't feel like we've done much, but it's already been an hour and a half. It's rather amazing when you're enjoying yourself. His favorite too. Ash stares at space and worries his beard with both hands. The reflexive action seems to bring him comfort, though the frosty of his gesture strikes you as unhealthy. Archon. He blinks and turns to you with a look of recognition. Ash clears his throat and sets his stance in a composed, confident manner. Fatebinder! You come with good tidings? Ironhearth may be our home in the Tears, but this heart belongs for the North. Puts on a broad smile, though there is a light of concern about it. Look distracted for a moment there. The war leaves me preoccupied. I cannot worry enough about the safety of my soldiers. Every outpost, every detachment is a cohort of daughters and sons who I would bring home at once. You look like you were in pain. Opens his mouth to retort, but closes it and considers you with a appraising stare. And why shouldn't I be in pain? I'm a father and a general. This army is my family. Those who once occupied these lands would do us great harm. Worry not for me. Think of the Legion. Protect them where able. You can accomplish that much. You will serve me well indeed. What is it you require? My search for Amelia takes me to Rust Canyons. Pleased to hear of your progress. Rust Canyon was once a verdant pass of travelers, and one of many choke points on the way to Sentinel Stand. Now it's merely a garbage heap infested with rebellion. I confirmed that Amelia's unit was taken by Strice Harridan's troops. Damn that corrupted inbred of a regent. If this death were not required to end the Helix Storms, I would take pleasure in breaking him on the rack myself. I was devastated when Amelia's cohort vanished. Father's dread is not so different from a general's, and in my case, I'm twice cursed to suffer the pain of her absence. Still through her presence, it's grown stronger even, so I know that she lives, but I fear for her safety all the same. The Unbroken are seeking artifacts. That does make sense. With no means to kill Stratus Harridan from outside Sentinel Stand, the only chance of breaching the wind wall would be through an artifact's power. The trouble is, the number of artifacts scattered about the realm is anyone's guess. I couldn't tell you which of them would get the job done. These rebels are committed to the task. It's possibly they know something more. I believe it was the custom of each of the regions to travel with some artifact in their possession. With all but one of their polluted bloodline killed during the conquest, the Unbroken are likely seeking a corpse amongst thousands. A fool's errand, but not an ignoble one. The Unbroken leader is named Mateus. Mateus. I've not come across his name, but yours is the most recent intelligence we've dredged from the region, so I well believe that it's true. Whatever he calls himself, this upstart should be killed to set an example for his would-be army. Should you come across him, I expect his head to topple from his shoulders in good order. I received word that my disfavored have cleared a path to Rust Canyons that should prevent any rebels from entering or leaving the area. You should make contact with Theodore, the lieutenant in charge of the attack. He will guide you from there. Okay. So we're leaving. We're changing back. Okay, let's do a little reconnoiter of my gear and stuff and see what we can do. In terms of weaponry, I don't think we're going to get anywhere because I've been uploading stuff as we've been going along. However, it looks like I'll actually gain a little bit of endurance. This one. As opposed to what I have here. Yeah, so I need to upgrade that. We will put that shield back in place. Maybe somebody else can use it. Barrack, what's your shield like? Oh yeah, that'll give you a lot more. No, let's do that. Let's that back in place. Okay. I'm going to go back to weapon. I don't think we need to worry about weapons necessarily. As much as I would love to give everybody some better weapons, I've been doing that as we've been going along, so I'm not going to worry about that for the time being. Armor, though. Start with my character first. In case we gain some armor. The armor I've caught on has got Opportunist. Bleeding, damage, dazed, stun and sundering. Okay. I actually want to keep that for the bleeding chance that I have. I can't do anything for Barrack, as much as I would like to. I wish I had more options of like... Oh, item type. Ah, that works amazing. That's even better. Move that to the side here. light armor and cloth, which would be what I would be giving to. Let's give you some, move it over here, because I don't need to put it like that. Let's give you some slightly better there. Okay, get no bonuses there. Now we got headgear. Oh, no. I'll get a little bit more accuracy. That's silly. Hat off my head. Slightly better. I hope that some of the armor later in the game actually looks really good. All this stuff is pretty rudimentary. Oh man, I still have my tuning gloves. Jeez. Oh, light armor leather gloves will be better than not. And I can give you a little better for yours. Yeah, because you just got scholar gloves, which are bloody broken. Let's get you something slightly better. Yeah, that's better. Okay, now we go to looking a little better there. All right. Now, we do have items here. Oh, and that's right. I was going to look at your weapon. It's actually going to change you out. Having your... What is that? That's a two-handed... Oh, okay. I really need to. We can switch you over to something like that. Otherwise, me. Let's see here. Fish. Grain. Take that. You take that. So 7, 6, 6, 6. Let's go ahead and do a split here. 3. Oh, okay, it's not going to do that. 3. 3. Sizzle and frost fire. Ah, cooldown actually is a little strong. Interesting. Okay. Oh, okay, so I need to have... Oh, I think I see. So this one is an accent that fuses the elements of frost and fire together, but I don't have the core that I need. That makes sense. Okay. Never mind. Okay.
Kairos' storm ripped all life to shreds, leaving behind only armor and weapons. It is chilling to see these metal remains with my own eyes.
Yeah, it's a quite a provocative look.
One moment, my friend. Just let me finish this thought. Of course. How can I help? Kairos has dubbed this land the Blade Grave. Of course. How can I help?
Thought he would say something slightly different about Rustin. Doesn't look like it. It's still the same region, more or less. This loop blade. Unbroken soldier struggles to rise to his feet. One arrow lodged in his shoulder, the other in his thigh. Attempts to stand, but his muscles are too weak for the task. Are you alright, soldier? Turns to you in bafflement, squinting across the dust-strewn expanse. Recognition barely evident in his gaze. You ironclads don't usually ask questions before you start shoving spears in our guts. Packs up a wad of bloody phlegm. Surprised you can even string words together. Before you continue, you both catch the sound of iron boots trudging closer. His favorite soldier calmly approaches from the west. He regards the thornable southerner with a curled lip and disapproving shake of his head. Weak and broken, prisoners made for poor sport. Your escape was spirited, but damned foolish. He raises his sword and points at the unbroken man's heart, poised to plunge it pale and filthy strewn ground. this really necessary? The sword wavers as he notices. Ah, Fatebinder. Hope you come to tie up the means these vermin caused for us. But to answer your question, Ash has deemed it so, so yes, it is. Once with motion, he plunges his sword in the man's heart, pinning the fallen soldier to the rusted earth. His favorite soldier turns to the unbroken camp, frustration evident in his tone. Then his gaze shifts to you and back to the walls. I have reinforcements now, Ilya. If you open the gates, I can still make this easy on you. That's a knowing glance that suggests he's lying and proud of it. See a woman stride purposely into a view on top of a platform along the wall's edge. She lifts a spear and hurls it at Tito, cursing under her breath when it breaks against the rocks. I am so effing tired of listening to you. Go shrink at someone else's fortress for a change and stop trying to impress me hunting down unarmed prisoners. Maybe the ladies of the north get shivery over your bravado, but all it tells me is that your codpiece is emptier than your skull. She takes note of you with a raised eyebrow. Make a mistake, Elia. You would prove better as a camp slave than as my enemy. Such a waste of good potential. Tips his head to the west. Fatebinder. Let's consult when you have a moment.
On it.
Ooh, look at all those loot options. It's a great bow. Cloth sandals. Take a look. Take that bow in. Just a moment. Can't imagine being as great as this. This outbreak has explosive on it. Weapon crit damage, 5 damage versus dodge. Just 2 meters, so has the supplied explosives on it. Cool. It's got the same level of metal, so nope, we won't worry about that. Oh, I also just want to swap you back. Nope. Hat. Ragged stalwart flag sways gently in the wind, making the site where the original owner died during the casting of the Edict of Storms. Lieutenant holds up his sword and squints through the obscurity of the high winds. Who goes there? Oh, it's you, Fatebinder. I wish you didn't witness that crude exchange before Ilya, and what has caused me no lack of trouble. You are most welcome here. Even if your loyalties fall with the court more than the Legion, we need all the help we can get. Ash sent word to expect you. He dispatched an outsider to help us in the field. That says something about his urgency to see it is unbroken, unconquered for good. I think we can help appreciate that interest in seeing this matter resolved is of a personal nature. I apologize for that outsider remark. Some of us aren't accustomed to working with anyone but the Legion proper. Let's focus on to the task at hand. It'd help me to leave this place in my tracks. Something about the wind seems to carry all the worst of the stink and refuse to this corner of Stalwart. Ash says the Unbroken are scavenging the blade grave from old Stewart's heirloom. I can think of nothing else that would help us breach stand short of the Regent's timely death. They're not making it easy by holding themselves up behind walls. If the conquest is any evidence, Stalwart folk are less inclined towards facing their enemies in open battle. Tiersmen are like rats, squeezing themselves behind the narrowest walls to avoid the inevitable. No matter what they find here, the Unbroken are trapped. North of camp, we have soldiers led by my subordinate, Jacquemus. To the south, reinforcements march as we speak. Tapped his chin in thought. Still, I would appreciate any help you could offer. The sooner we claim that Unbroken artifact, the sooner we reach Sentinel Stand. How do you know about artifacts in general? Aside from wishing I had a few to my name, he shakes his head in bewilderment. Their weapons and items powerful enough to change the tide of any battle. Couldn't speak to their nature, but how they're responsible for such storied deeds, but I have no reason to doubt they could, what they can do. The word coming down the line is that an artifact can breach Sentinel Stand. You'll hear no complaints from me. That fortress has stood unchallenged for too long. With your help, I have little doubt it'll wear its favorite banners before long. Tell me about the Unbroken presence here. They built a fortified camp due east of here. Another group holds a choke point to the southeast. He huffs. Though calling it a camp gives the Unbroken too much credit. It's a scavenger's warren. Garbage fortifications that our enemy has managed to defend through dumb luck. No longer. Today it falls. It hardly looks like a territory worth taking or defending. Well, the search for artifacts certainly changed how we view this garbage pit. In truth, Rust Canyons presents with some strategic advantages. Our location brushes shoulders with Iron Heart and Dustwatch Fort. If we claim this spot for the disfavored, we have as good as controlling the whole region. Kind of. Sentinel Stand is still the real prize at the Blade Grave. I'm ready to hear how I can contribute. My men are eager for battle, and we wouldn't mind taking the Unbroken camp in advance of our reinforcements. That's his countryman with a smile. Thou shall the old 15th cohort, eh, boys? You may want to clear out a group of Unbroken by the bridge to the southeast. They guard another entrance into the camp. Some of our men are being held captive there, too. We need the extra numbers on our side to hold these canyons. Now, strictly speaking, my orders are to wait for reinforcements, so I can't directly assist you. Once we secure the camp, you get first pick of the spoils and a chance to interrogate the leader, Ilya. Deal? Very well, I'll help you. Glad to hear it. I would go after the Unbroken station to this eastern bridge first.
See that pen over there? The prisoners within are dressed in Unbroken colors.
Needs some cast-off iron, maybe a few teeth for a necklace for someone special. Richard drops one of his many satchels to the ground, pulls out numerous tools and trinkets. Scavengers through the gathering, then I take it from there. We're off to work if you can manage it. Pillaged iron, scavenged bones. There are laws governing mercantile wares, and you're conveniently ignoring them. Something flashes in her eye and her voice lowers. His favored are so well off that they can ignore my wares, they're free to do so. As it is, Krauser's army needs all the help they can get. A friend of means is a friend indeed. If some misplaced morals stand in the way, feel free to buy elsewhere. Very well, show me what you have. That's the spirit. Come take a look. If I could get a new weapon for her. It's a lot of money, but it's debatable. Superior bronze dagger. Woo. It's gonna take half my money though. That's a strong debate. You know what? Let's do it. Offset it, I could probably drop it here. Picks up a couple of bronze rings. Yeah, so I ended up looking up the currency. So copper rings, bronze rings, iron rings. That's the rank that we have. I think that's viable.
Got them in my sights.
Slightly better shield. All right. Better weapon and all that jazz.
Can't do that. Found something.
scrap. All right. Let's see.
Will do.
I've got Barrick in front. Unbroken Captain looks down at you from the elevator, resting a heavy boot on top of an axe. Head on the wood slab. She grips her axe as you approach. What do we have here? It isn't the Stormcaller himself. You can eat shite and bleed for shoving this edict up our asses without as much as a warning. Shocks press a glob of phlegm over the wall. Person trips with sudden recognition. Aren't you the one who effed over Agathon at Duskwatch? Nothing to say to one another. Either you're Graven Ash's favorite comfort soldier, or you just like to see honest folk die. Either way, you're a pile of beast shite to me. No matter what happens here, the Unbroken will take back Sentinel Stand and banish all you northern piss troughs from the tiers. Rather die than see Steward under Kairos' sigil. Can't imagine what I'd do to avoid it. The Unbroken stand in defiance of Kairos' rule. My presence should have come as no surprise. Clueless lapdog. Of course I expected Kairos to dispatch someone eventually. The Overlord isn't in the habit of making appearances. You seem smart enough to realize that the Overlord's wrath kills servant and foe alike. Why aren't you smart enough to do anything other about this mystery to me? You tell me how to breed Sentinel Stand, I might show the Unbroken mercy. You'll pardon the F out of me if I go ahead and ignore your northern rhetoric. Your type sees nothing but us as future slaves, made only to serve the Empire's needs. This one's got a smart mouth. I like her. Would she be interested in joining us? There's no way I'm inviting that along with us. Captain darts her gaze between the two of you through her. Not here to negotiate with any of Kairos' mongrels. Neither are we, darling. At least we can amuse ourselves by gutting her and seeing what spills out. I already know that the disfavored are looking for artifacts of Stalwart. I also know that they're searching blind. Take one else's grave and keeps you out of Sentinel Stand. You can count on that. Made your choice, I will return. Don't leave me to wonder, you simpering three-ring upright. It's a vulgar hand motion, and turns away. Well, if that's the case, how am I supposed to get further along? To take a lid in my throat.
On the lookout.
Can we be sneaky? Can we sneak past? Looks like it. Furl your sails, stranger. This bridge marks the beginning of unbroken territory. Scratch his blade on the planks in front of you, drawing a line. Kairos forces already tried to do their best. They got this far. I know what you are. I know what you are, Norther. I never met a woman or man from Kairos' domain who didn't try to invite my countrymen into the fold. I'll give you this chance to leave. Otherwise, I'm prepared to give my life defending this bridge, meager though it may seem. What do you want with us? Let's pass this bridge. Senator scratches his chin and sighs you up. Nothing the likes of you would get interested in. I'm about to ask, well, why are you defending it? Then no bother. Got provisions, equipment, and unbroken soldiers. Reason enough. The unbroken rarely buckle or give quarter. We should not estimate the frosty of these scavengers. How long have you been fighting Kairos' forces? Odds to account as figures. Longdro had his sons twice. At least. After the storm, I thought Kairos would be satisfied with our pain, but the Overlord still sees reason to kick us. We know these cannons like the back of our shields. We're not going to allow a bunch of pig-headed, ironclad jackanapes. That's a word for you. Word of the day, jackanapes. Chase us away. He huffs with pride. It takes a special sort of outlast. To outlast a siege or a long campaign. Stalwart-born folk like myself have it by the wagon load. Most die for their families. Others die for a bridge. Another fool come to test us. He shouts to me. Once we catch the Norther, let's take him at the wind wall. All right. First, hop to it with this person. Rust bomb. Don't like the sound of that.
Are you afraid, worm?
Sorry, I can't. Can't do that. Right.
This isn't working.
Right.
This isn't working.
Right.
Fatebinder, there are prisoners in that pit over there.
Can't do that.
So how do I get them out?
Can't do that.
Hey, everyone's gonna eat some food.
Right.
Damn thing couldn't pierce his glass.
Got you now.
Can't do that. Sorry.
What is wrong with my weapon?
iron!
Damn thing couldn't pierce.
On it.
Pity you won't enjoy this as much as I do.
I got it.
Another battle. I'm starting to think we're making friends.
I'll tear your skeleton out.
Right.
Fire ass.
Wait!
Will do. You learn something every day.
Pity you won't enjoy this as much as I do.
Ooh! Iron War Mace. Devastating. That is worth putting on his other. Heck yeah.
Can you reach that winch over there, or should I take aim?
Shoot the winch. Nice.
Sorry, I can't. Will do.
Send them at me in waves!
Damn thing couldn't pierce the glass.
No such thing, dude. Come on.
isn't working!
Are you afraid of death, worm?
Never had a chance. You got
This weapon is entirely worthless.
fancy red. With my weapon.
On it. Will do.
Useless weapon.
This isn't working!
I need to try a different weapon.
It couldn't pierce cloth. Damn thing couldn't pierce cloth.
On it.
That was beneath.
Consider it done.
On my command.
Oh, that's like hurting everybody, I think.
What the fuck is wrong with my weapon? Fall before me!
Or maybe not.
Grovel before me. On your knees, worm!
Sorry, I can't.
Captors used the environments to build their camp, which tents comprised a large property plot held aloft, in part, like spikes of earth.
Another battle.
Right.
Face my iron!
Damn thing couldn't pierce cloth.
See that? I'm not entirely useless.
Smash to pieces!
What the fuck is wrong with my weapon?
Almost there. Let's make sure this fort is cleared out of hostiles.
Unbroken shield. Out of the swine. Blech. I'm done with you. The flies won't have a spot to land on your wretched hide. Isn't she the best? I wish we could keep her. She doesn't seem the time to be taken alive. We're all unbroken, disrespectful upstarts. I'm sure it's easy to simplify us when you're the only one only ever been at war. But you won't get the chance to realize how stupid you sound. Put you off the unbroken, Captain.
Send them out!
I got it. Consider it done.
What the fuck is wrong with my weapon?
Take me if you can! That's beneath me!
Will do.
What the fuck is wrong with my weapon? Feels like my blood is on fire.
Right.
This isn't working.
Will do. I got it.
Smash to pieces!
This is useless. I should try something else.
I'll hit you twice as hard next time!
What the fuck is wrong with my weapon?
Mother's words will cause more harm than this useless weapon.
Damn thing couldn't pierce cloth.
I need to try a different weapon.
Smash to pieces!
Damn thing couldn't...
Lieutenant surveys the unbroken encampment with a dignified air. Nicely done, nicely done. Didn't think you stand a chance without our help, but you're tougher than you look. Say that Ilya fled due north, which means she's taken the real prize with her, a stalwart artifact, or knowledge of it. Her fighting force might have just been enough to punch through Jacquemus and his men. We should chase her down before she gets a chance. During the initial attack, several unbroken were also spotted fleeing north of camp. If you find them, be sure to put them down. Farewell.
On it. Can't do that. Sorry,
Oh,
I can't.
I was hoping I'd be able to get them out of here, but apparently not.
Send me your champion!
Will do.
Wait! I did that? Nice!
Will do. I got it.
Come and face my iron!
I'm not here to make friends. You got it.
I got it.
How did I miss that?
Wait, I did that?
Nice!
I love Landry. Wait, I did that? Nice!
Fall before me!
I got it.
Grovel before me!
I got it.
Use the pole as a lever to... Ah! That's what that pole's for. Interesting. Hold! Soldiers wary from lack of nourishment, scramble to draw weapons, snap attention as the apparent leader steps towards you. Don't recognize you. Are you with the Unbroken? I don't know who you are, but I've come to water the parched soil.
Heads up.
Come and kiss my eye!
Will do.
What is wrong with my weapon?
I will aid you.
Damn thing couldn't pierce cloth.
I got it.
Come and kiss my iron!
On it.
Reputation ability unlocked. Unbroken. Corrosive Aura. Ooh, what is this? Oh, AoE. -1 armor, all stolen for 3 seconds. Enemies near you have their armor reduced. Skyplate Javelin. Interesting.
That wasn't so hard.
Arm's Way. It is a one-handed... Campfire smells of rust and burnt hair. Whoever's built a struggle with rust canyon scarcity. Alright, hang on a second. So we have a... What is this? Lure, it's one-handed, it's fine. I would guess it's a mace of... Yeah, it's a mace of some sort. How's that compared to what you cut, my man? That sounds like a great change. Piece. But we also got a new weapon here. Not seeing more benefits with it. Let's see what it does, do you think?
I've got it.
Too bad as you can't teach a dog new tricks.
Lantry just leveled up, which is great.
Damn thing couldn't use a cloth.
Will do. I've got it.
Take me if you can!
What have we here?
Oh, trap detected.
Will do.
Send me your
Not feeling so great.
Are you afraid of death?
Equipment bolts favored and unbroken soldiers are embedded in these jagged rocks. Structure cars did not distinguish ally
On it.
and enemy.
Curious.
Oh, I just walked right into that. Ow! So I'm a dunderhead. At least it didn't kill me.
On it. Trouble is afoot.
Come and face my iron!
Pity you won't enjoy this as much as I do.
Before me!
Wait, I did that? Nice!
I guess I'll reflex was gently the wind, marking the side with the original diagram. Yeah, I've already.
It's all in the reflexes.
Ooh! His favorite iron spear. Scouts tell me Russ Canyon is dead quiet, finding scavenger corpses with no sign of enemy activity. Mr. One Resource says, pay the man his dues. My thanks. Spend it wisely, Fatebinder. You've earned it. not done yet, though. And shouts at her main troops. You can take these ironclads. If they're as dense as close as the Archon, they should fall like splintered masts. Inside you, Ilya calls out her soldiers. Once more. Reinforcements approaching! Good to see you here, Fatebinder. Time to cleanse rest canyons of the unbroken taint. We won't leave these canyons alive. My men are ready to die. We're only too happy to take down as many of you as possible. Lips pressed together in a determined smile. I have a spirit destined for your right eye whenever you feel like embracing the void. Raven Ash protects. Let's kill this one and take the region for the Archon. For the Archon! Beric snaps to a salute. Sets himself for the fight. Yes, we will honor Ash and his family with their conquest in his name. Prayers for the void, miscreant. Pitiful zealots, the Archon doesn't value your lives any more than I do. So die by my hand and spare yourselves the disappointment. She lunges to attack.
Look at that.
Right.
Future.
On it.
Come back here and die.
Will do.
Why can't I hit anything?
Will do.
Time together. Has not gone to waste.
Will do.
Nowhere prevails. This isn't working. I'll tear your skeleton out by your ass.
Come and face my iron.
Will do. Will do.
Worth more harm than this useless weapon.
Right.
For the glory of Tyranny!
On it.
You won't enjoy this as much as I do.
I don't.
Fall before me!
Your knees, worm.
Sorry about that.
Still alive? Shut! That wasn't part of the plan. Captain grunts and squints up through a haze of pain. Not telling you anything. My secrets, they come with me to the grave. You'd always find more creative ways of striking information. Now that we've thrown a spear into their scavenging plans, we can afford to take our time. Just kill me and be done with it. She levers her gaze with you. Both know I don't bow to torture. Well, you're wasting your time. You have nothing left to lose, but I can still assure that Stalwart finds peace under Kairos. Or a promise that these corrupt scavengers deserve by far. Talks more than a corpse. Now, F that. The men and women here would rather go down fighting than accept your overlord's tarnished definition of peace. Both of you being here means I'll opt for death. just being stubborn for the sake of it. You're effing right I am. You think Stalwart is known for treaty and compromise? For digging in our heels and standing there against bossballs? I'll leave you guess. Would have helped end the edict, but he had to go this way. Tomorrow's inflicts at you. Assumed that Ash and his lackeys wanted to breach Sentinel's stand. Couldn't be sure of their intentions towards the edict. Still have a Northern smart enough to stay clear of Kars's magic. Besides, little guy, any of the edicts start with more than helps you, and I'm pleased that you're too stupid to realize that. What do you want from me? Don't expect me to hold these wounds closed. You're on borrowed time. You're looking for an artifact, right? Aye. You've been searching for some time. Glanced around with evident exhaustion. Fool's errand, perhaps. Suppose I'll never know for sure. We were hunting for the remains of Regent Aspian. Before the war, he carried the steadfast insignia, a cloak pin that was passed down the line of first regents. Rise to Kaleshi says the name, remembering herself. Raven says to look at you with loathing. What do you know about Ash's daughter, Amelia? Who? Sir Sleevan shakes her head. Not in the business of breaking up families. That's Kairos' domain. Outside of Rust Canyon of Ironheart, the only ironclads they know of are in Duskwatch. She focuses with clear eyes. But you've taken care of them already, wouldn't you? Bastard. What'd you learn about the Regent? We were looking for the body of First Regent Aspison, who was presumed dead during the war. Instead, we found records of his past movements. Final word on the matter is that he had journeyed to the breach of the old walls and never returned. My sock. She finds herself. Not sure what he was doing in there, unless she wanted to unleash the Bane against his favorite somehow. Dumb shite. I sent a small team, led by one of our best, Gregos, to investigate. Like as it not, the steadfast insignia in there in the breach. May you never find it. Where's the steadfast insignia? It's a cloak pin worn by the first regent. It's supposed to help you stand tall against horrible odds. I don't know if it works, but I can't think of any odds worse than the windfall around Sentinel's stand. How did a breach form in the old walls? Just a meager shrug. We've been a little preoccupied with memorial efforts since we started patrolling the length of the country, so excuse me if I'm shady on the details. Best guess, either the edict of storm blasted a wall in the ancient stone or something blasted its way out. Does either option help you sleep better at night? I thought not. Who leads the unbroken? Taze is our captain during the war, but in stalwart to come, I would see him take on a higher authority. It's like those brighter days aren't for the likes of me. Last I heard, he was rounding up men in Trapper's Junction, but that was some time ago. He's due to leave by now. He was looking for dauntless, the sort of unbroken champions. He thought that he could rally us, give us hope. Look at the sky, Zelia. I think the storm is clearing. She isn't fooled by your distraction, but she looks beyond. She looks beyond you with gratification. You take the opening to drive a blade through her chest to pierce her heart. She doesn't make a sound. Queen Death is as much kindness as she deserved. Well struck. But dies a daughter of a fallen steward. Good work, Fatebinder. I'll regroup with Theodore and secure Rust Canyons for this favor.
I got it.
Okay. Another area finished.
Sorry, I can't.
Much of the day is spent navigating through a dense metallic forest. The strong roots of the ancient sage wood keep the tree standing after the Edict of Storms. Their large boughs and branches collecting whatever detritus the wind swept up. What remains is a bizarre, dead forest with metal scrap for a canopy. Rusted weapons dangle from above, embedded in trunks and looping through branches. Fragments of armor decorate the tree limbs above you, a clinking mass of rust-colored foliage. Glance upward to catch sight of a finely crafted blade, rust-free and bouncing precariously upon some branches high up in a tree. Ooh, this is an interesting one. I wonder what I should do. Yeah, this sounds like me. Use force magic to knock down the blade. Your hands guide across the air in an intricate performance, fingers curling and twisting to sign the sigil of force. Feel a swell of energy rushing along your arms and guided forward towards the edge of your fingertips. It bursts outward with a loud crack, shooting through the tree's many boughs and its custom bolt. It strikes the branch holding the coveted blade, smashing through it, continuing upward past the visible canopy. You desperately step out of the way as the weapon and many other objects come tumbling down. It's a messy descent. Belts and boots kick neighboring weapons, which in turn sever branches and collide with breastplates in a chaotic dance. Long undisturbed metal particles rain down, coating the forest floor in red streaks and patches. The clatter is grating to the ears, but it's mercifully over quickly. You sift through the rusting pile and retrieve your prize, still intact. You got a silver core. Cumbersome, heavy. Ooh, so cumbersome recovery penalty when wounded. Raw damage on foe. Starts poison for. Ooh, it's a two-handed sword. Okay. Some heavy bronze boots. Win the encounter. And in we go. Trapper's Junction. We're getting there at dusk. Red moss poultice. Modern smelling swath of linen is red moss poultice. Traditional green worn purple medicine for smoke inhalation and foul air. Spy soldier lying in a slump, though the mud and blood cake his tattered garb to make out the colors and insignia of the Unbroken. He bites through pain with each of his ragged breaths. As you approach, he shifts his head slightly towards you. He does not appear to have the strength to look up. The only ones traveling this way could be those who brought down Duskwatch. If that's you, I'll die with a curse on my lips. So this is it then. Just kill me quickly. I'm in no state to continue on like this. His forced smile sends a trickle of blood out the side of his mouth. Where's Mateus? Mateus, if he lives, it's with the rest of my countrymen. It's a feeble gesture for assistance. Let me hasten your journey to the void. Is this strictly necessary? I could mix up a sedative and... Oh, you're gonna kill him. Forget I said anything. Deliver a swift blow to his head. The last of his energy leaves him as he crumples to the ground. Swig of insight. A lot of Unbroken over here. I wonder what happened.
Mortality to the body count.
Oh! We're dealing with Cold Horde.
Dracula! Right.
Count on it.
Right.
I'll take.
Brock's fire seemed to have risen suddenly and violently from the weapon's armor, or pierced straight through.
Ah, got it.
Iron war mace. It's food. It's grain, yeah.
See that?
Oh, trap detected. Ah, okay. So we've got Scarlet Chorus here, too. Running the entrance to a makeshift encampment, an unbroken warrior stands sentry with thick lines of exhaustion under his eyes. Streaks of sand and rust cover his worn armor and weathered skin. Who treads on unbroken lands? The guard's voice trembles with fatigue. Everyone who comes to Trapper's Junction these days is involved in the war somehow. State your intentions. Not above killing you just to be safe. The soldier glares at you with intense purpose. Looking for Mateus. He's your leader, is he not? That's him, all right. Squints to you scantily, calls over his shoulder. Captain, you've got a visitor. Looks like trouble. Unbroken, tired, looks pale and worn. His demeanor has begun to show the horrors he's witnessed, but he wears every scar and concerned twitch like a veteran's dignity. Mateus, captain of these troops here in Junction Chapter, to the whole of the broken. Looks you down, nodding until some truth comes to his mind. Even this far south, we hear Tunan's agent had broken the siege of Vener's Well. If you come to make history repeat itself, allow me to correct you. The Unbroken will not lie down as easily as Ventragard. He draws his weapon slowly. So you're the wretch who caused us so much trouble in the Star Wars campaign. I've been looking forward to this day. He flinches at the sight of Barrack. That thing talks? Kars' minions have not weathered the invasion well, have they? Ash wants me to end the Edict of Storms. Maybe we can help each other. Would that be edict he brought down on our heads? You're culpable of the destruction that Kairos wrought. Don't even try to establish any common grounds with us. Time to add your bones to the storm, but goodbye, Mateus. What strength we have, let's gut this slave of Kairos. For stalwart! Swings his weapon in the air to rally the Unbroken around him.
I'm not.
Come and face my iron! Are you afraid of death, worm? Right. Huh, why can't I hit anything? I got it. Right.
First, jump in there. Come on.
You got it. Damn thing couldn't pierce his wall. Are we ready for this? What a rush!
I got
got it. Right.
Fall before me!
Harsh words because of harmless, defenseless weapon.
I got it. On it.
Damn thing couldn't pierce cloth.
Will do.
Get out, you little shit!
Time even try a different weapon.
On your knees, worm!
Looks uncomfortable. There's no doubt the rust. Yeah, I just can't talk. While it looks quite uncomfortable, there is no doubt that this rust-covered makeshift tent can survive the worst weathers and tears.
Curious.
Another battle? I'm starting to think
Together!
We should try that again.
Fuck is wrong with my weapon?
I got it.
Come and face my iron!
I'll tear your skin. You won't enjoy this as much as I do.
I will aid you.
Right.
Come and face my iron!
Will do.
Pay attention, kids. You might learn something.
Before me!
On it.
Sponsor hastily scribbled to show a continuous grip on literacy. Describe the relentless conscript efforts of a Scarlet Corscain to chase the Unbroken across the Blade Grove. The notes include many references to Dauntless, Elixir of the Unbroken, and many ill-attempted attempts to find the blade. There's some crude drawings that resemble a map of Blade Grove with a sword drawn in the eastern section of the old walls.
Can't do that.
Shields and armor line the outside of this makeshift tent, offering further protection from the unbelievably unforgiving environment.
On it. To battle! Get back here!
I'm on it.
I'll take care of it.
I got it.
Come on, kiss my iron!
Got you now.
On your knees, worm!
I'll tear your skeleton out by your ass.
Take that.
I got it.
Another battle. And to think make some friends.
Will do. Get back here! Will do.
Bleed out, you little shit.
On it.
See that? I'm not entirely useless.
Fuck is wrong with my weapon?
On it.
On your knees, worm!
Right.
If it means adding to their army, the Scarlet Chorus can wear anyone down. The Unbroken have held out longer than most.
Champion! Someone put me out!
Damn thing couldn't pierce the wall.
Right.
I will have your head!
Damn thing couldn't pierce.
them together!
This Storm of Iron. Let's see what this does. Oh, that's cool. That was kind of cool. Alright. That was worth it.
Send it our way!
This isn't working!
On it.
For me!
On it.
No, wait, it's blood. I need to try a different weapon.
Wait, I did that? Nice!
Ooh! Jagged Remedy's Thirst. Exquisite, it says. Oh yeah, that's an interesting design. Jagged Remedy's Orders. Visitors written in a shaky but impassable scrawl that left deep creases in the parchment. Remedy. The Unbroken have the most troublesome for Ash and its inbred legion. Invite as many as their number to join our song as you can. Pay attention to their leader, Teus. Bring him to cacophony. In one piece, we may know you love to cut into tenants and play the puppeteer, but humor as this once be restraint. Your adoring leader.
That wasn't so hard.
Tax supplies are far too well kept and organized to originate from any Scarlet Chorus gang. Armor and supplies clearly belong to the Unbroken or strewn around. It's hard to tell if the red accents for the blood or coarse war paint. Okay, now. Anyway.
see as the crow flies.
I will be right back. Take just a small breather from the screen. Then we'll decide where we're going to go. All right. Now, let's see here. Breach. Located unbroken soldiers. Old walls breach. All right.
Got it.
Axe. Attention! Band of unbroken warriors roused in position as their leader stands alert to your presence. Stalwart Captain whistles a shrill note as you approach. His comrades lurch to attention. He turns to guard to open you with open his taste. Tuck your tail and scamper back the way you came. The unbroken won't tolerate northern scum coming in, getting in our way. I'm here for the steadfast insignia. Stand aside or perish. Taste and entrust us with that mission so that you can hand over Stalwart's mightiest artifact to Kara's henchman. Attack position, stand your ground.
Send them at... me in way.
Damn thing! Here's claw. Off.
On it. Right.
Damn thing couldn't pierce claw.
Afraid of death.
Get back here!
I'm seeing double.
On it.
Damn thing couldn't pierce claw. What the fuck is wrong with my weapon?
Will do.
Got you now.
Right. On it.
On your knees, worm.
Am I next? Sage points his quill at the unbroken corpses, biting his lip as he finishes his final scribblings of a note. I was not trying to drive over scribble, but now that I've witnessed it, obliged that I record it. He rolls a scroll of parchment into a thick tube in his hands. Come and silence the record if you must, but I warn you, the sages have long written memories. No need to concern yourself. I'm only here to kill Unbroken. Oh, I see. A little too nationalistic for my tastes, but they were decent travel company at least. Scans corpses again in size. Call Karo's forces uncompromising. But at times I wonder if there is another way, the other way around. Now may his humble servant of letters be of assistance. He runs his fingers through his hair, resting his quill behind his ear. Understand that we both seek items within yonder old walls. What are sages doing here with the unbroken? Let us say we are sympathetic to each other's causes. Also helps that we're both interested in the arcana of yesteryear. Region artifacts are supposed to be fascinating specimens, and no sage would, in good consciousness, refuse an opportunity for study. Tell me about yourself. I'm Hieronymus, journeyman of the School of Ink and Quill, inscribed under Gabrus Crane, and 17 tomes are bound by my hand. He coughs and gazes at his feet. All other details are just vanity. I am more accustomed to studying others than extolling my own facts. Looking for steadfast insignia. Tell me what you know. Artifacts are a fascinating business, are they not? Stalwart's decorated military history yielded so much intrigue around them. Steadfast insignia was prominently displayed in every unbroken battle where Regent Asmussen fought. Over the years, it became something of a rallying marker. Its presence alone accounted for many notable victories. Aramis shakes his head with a sigh, gesturing towards the massive stone horizon of the old walls. It lies within, but no good discovery is without its pitfalls. It points towards a white berth in a nearby section of the ancient stone facade. The Unbroken and I were attempting to recover a few relics of interest from the old walls, but a swarm of scourges put a halt to that plan. You do see this risk from time to time. When I was training at the library, a senior scribe told me to clear out the rats in the cellar. Some of them accursed things have knotted up their tails, and he trails off shuddering. Let's just say what happened here was almost as bad. Okay, so that talk about had knotted up their tails. It's called a what is it called? I think it's called an emperor rat or something, or king rat or something. It's a rather terrible thing to have happen because the rats get their tails twisted into a just tangle of tails, and then they just and that's all that information I really know. I think at that point it becomes they're kind of like a swarm, but it's uncoordinated and it just gets nasty. Because they all want to try and do their own thing, but they have to try and work together. And yeah. Anyway, I'll stop trying to talk about it because it's not pleasant. We discovered a torch key during our ill-fated first attempt to breach the old walls. I've seen fashioned stone like it before, but we don't know about them would fill a library. Ross points with a shaky finger. Unfortunately, when we were attacked, we got separated from Grego's men. One of the soldiers still has the torch key. His corpse does, to be a fact. What does the torch key do? It appears to be part of a lock and key system within the old walls. If only we could replicate such crafts on as grand a scale as the builders of this place. Shakes his head with reverie. In any event, you'll need a torch key if you want to scour the ruins below. Where's the soldier's body? Just southeast of the breach. Take care, those beasts may still be on the hunt. What are the next steps? Once you get the torch key, you'll be able to venture past the first chamber. Pauses for one. Of course, given our aborted efforts, you can understand why I'd be hesitant to re-enter the old walls. My scribe, Javala, didn't survive the trip. Poor girl. I'll answer any questions you have, though you're apt to tell me more of interest than the other way around, I'm sure. Can you deliver a message for me? Not currently. His arm distinctly lifts, his gloved hands above his ear, arm crooked to create a landing surface for a bird. He looks skyward, blinking as he searches the clouds for several long moments. My sunder dove is carrying another misfit at the moment. When she's returned, there may be room under her bindle for a note or two. What should I expect inside? The worst? Looks to you with a puzzled smile, his mouth moving in several half-starts. The old walls are filled with arcane beasts that attack erratically, with little warning. My colleagues can only speculate on what they are or what possible sustenance, if any, they find in the old walls. That said, if you see one, it would be unwise to approach it and ask clarifying questions. You can tell me of the old walls. On his eyes wide. I could speak volumes, honorable Fatebinder, but I will summarize. The old walls predate settlements of the tiers. The passageways crisscross the landscape. Most good folks steer clear. Kairos' law forbids entry, which hasn't always been a problem for us, but even we saw a good sense to stay out. Explorers have found old artwork, funerary remains, and other relics of civilization predating our own. Rodimus lets out his long sigh. He looks at the towering wall behind him. Most find it quite death in the old walls. The current inhabitants are inhuman predators, creatures of arcane power that appear to travel on the mists. What are the steadfast insignia? It's just a simple trinket to the untrained eye, but every First Region since before the Unbroken heard that name, wore the badge into battle. Stalwart folks are ever famous for standing their ground. The steadfast insignia embodies their immovable nature, where it can resist any charge, push, or shove. He smiles, pointing to the ground, where heavy footprints are visible under layers of rust and stand. The layers of rust let you judge the age of footprints here in the Blade Grove. These tracks head into the Old Grove, date back to the opening days of Kar's Storm. What else can you read in rust patterns? Barrett looks himself over subconsciously. My working hypothesis is the only person with their feet on the ground during the peak of the storm would be the bearer of the steadfast insignia. Ramos aims his finger along the footprints in rust until he's pointing at the old walls. But I suppose we don't know for certain until we look. What are you seeking in the old walls? My research suggests that within these nearby old walls are a set of stones carved with ancient script. For lack of a better term, I call them stones of elucidation. His hand darts to his satchel, producing a hand-drawn sketch of an ordinary circle. I know the sketch doesn't capture the wonder, and frankly, we don't really know what they do. We have found spheres of identical size with different glyphs in over a dozen desperate regions of the old walls. Once we find more of these stones, we can compare commonalities and sigils. With a large enough collection to study, we hope to crack the language of the old walls. Who can guess what we might learn then? Rose blushes. It's been a slow process. Constructing dead languages without living witnesses is singularly frustrating. It is a tall request, but I doubt Tunon selects fools for fate bearers. I could use someone with your mettle to brave the old walls. I'll consider your request. Sage bows with a nod. That is all I can expect. That's all. Farewell.
So I've got it.
Ooh. Weeping Wound is a two-handed... Oh, it's a spear. But a bronze sword. Tines of bedrock dot the landscape, providing little shelter from constant winds. Yeah, you can see right here, you can see all the people who've been stuck or blasted into this rock. Huh. Pretty crazy. Let's see here. Take a look at the weapon, though. Where is it? Here we are. Weeping Wound, two-handed.
I'll stay downwind of our enemies.
Withering Touch. Strike a shock with a powerful negative energy, stunning them and leaving them weakened for a long duration.
Sorry, I can't.
Looks like stone feet right there.
You see what I see?
Yes, I do. Bane touched staff. This one has Gravelet. Weapon crit. Health drains. Stores health. Oh, cool.
We can run.
I'm afraid of death, worm!
That's how it's fucking done!
On it.
Fall before me!
Look at that, future corpse.
On it. I got it. On it.
Take me if you can.
You got it.
I got it.
Got it.
Ah, Garn torch key. Light emanates from within the massive passageway into the in-wall, simultaneously calming and opposing to hold. Ooh, get into like a proper dungeon now? My.
More on their way. I'm not afraid. Are you?
I am a shield wall unto myself. You're filthy.
On it. On it.
See that? Not entirely.
You learn something every day. Right.
Singe. Okay.
On it.
Not a problem.
I will aid you.
I got it.
The Scourges are born of magic. The old walls is their crash.
It's unclear if the Bane snare is destroyed by the Unbroken trying to get in, or the Bane is attempting to escape. First on the beacon shimmers softly as you bring the torch key closer to it. Touch the beacon with the Garn torch key.
So those glowing symbols on the wall. Dare you to touch him?
Yes.
It's not the most ideal shelter, but the old wall should give us a reprieve from the storm.
Will do. Will do.
Pay attention, kids. You might learn something.
Right.
Bleed out, you little shit! That's how it's fucking done!
Will do. Have a look here.
Ooh. That doesn't look friendly. Looks like a big bubble or something. With walking on with eyes. See subtle movements behind the faintly glowing surface of this object.
What an unusually large specimen. It's eerily stationary. Let's hope it's trapped, not merely dormant.
Planetary gestures to the body on the platform in the middle of the pit. See the armor on that corpse? It's got to be the first regent. But the user remains sick. She certainly picked an inconvenient place to perish. But to raise that platform, we're going to sift through her trappings. Much towards crumpled form near the ledge. And that's Sister Javala. Lantern branches after quill with a quiet sigh, tapping against the right surface. He ponders the first words to write. Moment, please. She died young, trying to prove her worth to sages. It's supposed to be noted. What is this thing? It's an arcane barrier. But what it prohibits and why is unclear. First I thought it was that amorphous creature inside. But if this were a sanctuary, why didn't the horror come out and say hello? Face turns to puzzlement. Might just be waiting for us to turn our backs. Knowing our luck, this is a prison to keep us safe from it. Once we grab that relic, we'll have to get up close to that thing and find out for ourselves. You sure that sound broken, leader? Until we disproven the notion of elaborate mirage, I can't say I'm certain. That corpse is wearing the first regent's customary panoply. So it's either the first regent or the thief that robbed her body. For our purposes, the difference is irrelevant. The relic we seek is likely still amongst that pile of bronze. Let's find a way across. Very well, we should examine everything here and see if we can decipher how the platform works. Physically, how to raise it. Gestures to Javala's body. Perhaps we should start there. She made it this far, after all. Keystone, a scuffed and legible glyph has been scratched in this old weathered shard. There's a small recessed panel in the stone here. Looks like something was meant to fit into this space. Place the key to acquire keystone in the recessed panel.
A rock fit into another rock. Don't celebrate just yet.
Did you sense that? The magic barrier lost some of its hum when you inserted that keystone. Don't say I didn't warn you. You need to reach that body. I'm not arguing for turning back now. I just felt the need to burden you with a reminder that our lives are in your hands. Lantry. Crystal, this beacon is not responding to torch keys from these old walls.
Can't do that.
Okay. Ooh. Ooh, fancy. Sunken relief, though heavily damaged, is clearly meant to depict a runic symbol similar to the one you saw in Ascension Hall. Relief is incomplete, and thus the final form of the rune is unknown. Take a charcoal rubbing. Pressing charcoal to parchment, you capture a blurry but proportionate image of the ancient relief. With enough collected imprints, it's possible to reconstruct the original shape of the rune. As your work Lantry hovers near, see how that pattern looks broken along two edges? I think there's more to the engraving than what's here. Then we'll look for more. Lantry nods. Agreed. If we collect enough sketches and imprints, we'll no doubt reconstruct the original image in its entirety. Examine the odd rubbing, it says. A portion of an unknown sigil has been recorded on this scroll. Charcoal imprint is rough and incomplete, leaving the full design a mystery for now.
You see what I see?
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Ooh, bronze ingots. Scroll. Curious. Purpose of this bygone altar is a mystery. The sculpted figure cradles a bowl with reverence. Take the stone, a small dice object to hold a small object. Remove the sphere from the dais.
There's got to be some way to complete the path across.
Another battle?
Making friends.
That's how it's done.
Will do. King Dent.
I'll tear your scalp. Oh, not by your ass.
If I had kids,
That's how it's done.
Take all.
if I had kids.
That was satisfying.
Will do. On it.
It's rubble. Oh, we're gonna do an Indiana Jones. Place the rubble pieces.
Look at that, future tours.
Ooh, we got something even nastier this time. Malice.
Pity you won't enjoy this as much as I do.
Can't do that.
Second here, I want to try and do a couple switcheroos.
Yes. See that?
Whoop.
Curious.
Oh, that one fucking hurts! Come at me, grave meat. Bleed out, you little shit!
I don't know my own strength. Trouble is afoot. I got it. I'm too old for this. Right. Will do.
Fall before me! That's how it's done!
One moment. Okay, seems to still be going though, so. All right.
Come at me, grave meat.
Will do.
Come and face my iron!
I'll tear your skeleton out by your ass!
Hastily written note appears to be scribbled in blood and cuts off abruptly. Barely make out the words. Don't trust Jacquemus. Promised me a commission from this favorite if I found his dumb cloak pin wherever it is. Lies, all lies. Lured me to my death is what he did. Ever since I arrived, these things have hunted me. I can hear them in the dark. It cuts off.
Send them at me in waves!
Right.
Are you afraid of death, worm?
Pay attention, kids. You might learn
That's
something.
right, dude.
Get back here!
Our time together has not gone to waste.
Level up.
Who says you can't teach an old dog new tricks?
Grovel before me!
I got it. Right.
That's how it's done!
Mysterious metal. I'm not familiar with this metal. Master Blacksmith of the Spire Forge upgrade may have more information about this item. Oh, a sapphire. Cool. And people leveled up, which is awesome. Exactly what I want to see. Ooh! Training ground. That looks great. Let's do that.
Will do.
Nope, didn't like that apparently. But didn't mind that. Kind of cool to see those bowls from flat to stairs.
Have a look here.
Oh, bunch of jewels. Sweet. Ah.
Still weighing down our packs with rocks, are we? Noted.
You're negative here! Right. Will do.
Take me if you can!
You got it.
See that? I'm not entirely useless.
Only got a couple minutes here.
Can't do it.
That's how it's done!
Dark Ruby. Let's get more of the symbol.
Do you have eyes on this?
Oh, right there. Now what did that do? Oh. Let that extend. Interesting. Alright. Eastern appears to be ruptured on its own. Some currently want free. Mm-hmm. Well, I think that's going to cover it for today, because I've run over a little bit on other days, and I kind of feel like at a stopping point. So, well, this game's gotten more interesting. Starting to delve into it. This feels like our first dungeon, even though we've done many things before. Still kind of blundering through it, but a game like this I would expect takes a lot more effort and looking into stuff to actually get into it. I'm still enjoying it though. I think it's great. I don't know. I will need to look at this again, but this looked like this was a longer game. I think I will keep going at it and see if we can actually at least beat it. This would be one that certainly would come back to play different styles and stuff. Would be great if this was something I could interact with you, the audience, with you to, put up a poll and say, do you go left, do you go right, and have you guys kind of do a kind of like a pick your own adventure thing. That would be fun. I think that would be great. So, we'll call here. Hope you all have a good weekend. And when we get back to this game again, we will do it Monday. And we will continue on searching through the old walls and see if we can find our artifact. Until then, take care.